Good morning, everyone. We'll begin in just a few minutes. Thanks for joining and thanks for being early. I was actually behind somebody else because I was getting my coffee together. So thanks for being here. Archie has decided to join us as well. He's really excited about the summit. So we'll probably have a few guest appearances from him throughout. Yep, Andrea, please, by all means.
Can you hear me?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, I'm just gonna check video real quick and then I'm gonna go off.
Perfect.
Can you see me?
Not yet.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
now I
can you?
can.
Okay, good. All right, I'm gonna go off.
Thank you, sounds good. Good morning, everybody. We'll start in just a few minutes. Thanks for joining. Welcome to everybody who just jumped on. We're going to start in just a minute, but I'm really excited to see some familiar names. I appreciate you logging on this early on a Saturday too. I know it's pretty early. So thanks for being here, everybody. We'll start in just a second. All right, well, I am seeing that it is 10:01, so we can get started. I know some folks are gonna jump on as we get rolling this morning, but I really appreciate you all for signing on bright and early and joining us for the Youth Climate Summit. I'm super excited. We've got some amazing speakers this weekend. Just some really cool stuff to go over. So I'm really looking forward to it. Let me go over a few ground rules as we get started. So we are on Teams. I know a lot of you are probably familiar with Teams by now, but it can sometimes be a little weird, so don't be afraid to ask for help. I have everyone currently on mute and their video off just to make sure that we can share the screen as easy as possible and we don't have to worry about bandwidth issues. But if you have a question and you want to unmute yourself, by all means do. The way you can let me know that you want to be unmuted is by going and raising your hand. So it's probably near your chat function. So if you have a question that you don't want to put in the chat or you want to add a comment, feel free to raise your hand and I'll unmute you. That being said, use the chat box for comments, questions, GIFs. It's there for you to use, and Teams has some cool features where you can pull up GIFs really easily and like people's comments. So please feel free to use the chat box. If you want live captions throughout this summit, it's a really great feature. It helps read out what I'm saying. Sometimes it's easier to read than hear it. So if you want to add live captions, it should be on that toolbar near where your chat is and your raise hand is. It might say more options, or it might be the three dots, and you can turn on live captions for yourself. So that's a really helpful feature, and Teams does a pretty good job of offering that. So please, by all means, turn that on, and then I will add your hours on Monday. So don't worry about adding those. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, but I'll add those on Monday. Awesome, and welcome to those who are joining right now. So I am Hallie. I think I know most of you, but if we haven't met before, it's great to meet you digitally, of course. I work for our volunteer services team with the Greater New York region. That's the region that you all are a part of. I'm an engagement specialist, so particularly I focus on youth. So I'm guessing most of you, we've crossed paths before, but if not, welcome. And I'm really excited about our summit this weekend. It's been great to see all of your excitement and your support, and we've got some great speakers lined up from the organization. So I'm really looking forward to this. My background is in climate, and what the organization is doing in addressing climate change is really exciting, and it's really fulfilling. So I look forward to sharing that with you all. And of course, it would not be a volunteer services youth event without an Archie shout out. So you probably know Archie. If you don't already, I'm honored to introduce you to him. This is my cat, Archie. He's the #1 Greater New York Red Cross fan. Here he is with our little lantern that we have. So yeah, we're gonna see Archie throughout this summit. I can guarantee it. He's already been eating my coffee and trying to be really all in my face this morning. So you'll definitely get some Archie shots this morning. So let's practice using our chat and our Teams functions if you can type in chat a GIF about how you're feeling this morning, there's no right answers. You can be tired, you can be wanting to go back to bed, or maybe you're really excited. Send a GIF in the chat and your name. That would be great. If you're part of a school club, you can include that as well. And you can practice the thumbs up and the heart reactions as well. So I'm going to pull up one. Alex, I'm glad to see you're that thrilled. That's excellent. Awesome, Sarah. Those are very cute little emojis. I like in Teams too how they're animated. Andrea, I love that. Very on theme. Alexa, that makes a lot of sense. Exhausted but excited. I don't know how you all do all your school commitments and then do things on the weekend. So I really appreciate you making time and showing up. Oh, Amy, that's so cute. I love the cat. Tahara, it's nice to have you here. Steven, love the cat. We've got a lot of cats going on. Chloe's got a little spooky ghost. Vera, oh, good. Vera's nice and excited. That's excellent. Axke also got the cool sunglasses, and Axke was highlighted in our newsletter this week, our Women's Greater New York newsletter, which was so awesome. So thanks for joining us, Axke. Lola, that's so cute. Yeah, it is a little cold. I also feel that as well. Paige, I love that. Valentina's on a run. She's got stuff she's got to do. Wafa looks excited, maybe a little bit delirious. I get that. Katya's excited. Fatima is excited. Jacqueline's excited. Valentina, oh, she was running to log on. Okay, I get that as well. I spilled coffee everywhere this morning, so I was also running around. Okay, well, these are great. This is a good sense. You know, we're all over the place, which is good. That's how I feel too. Ella's sleepy but excited. Awesome. Rachel sent a little Halloween pumpkin emoji. That's super cute. I'm very excited for Halloween. These are great. This is a good all-encompassing view of what we've got as Red Crossers. These are excellent. Thanks, everybody. And feel free to keep sending them. We've got the chats open the whole time, so share away. Okay, so before we pass it on to our first speaker, I wanted to do just a quick intro about why we are here. So I know a lot of you are very engaged youth volunteers, and when there's an event, you show up, which I'm so grateful for. This weekend in particular, we are hoping to talk about climate change and the Red Cross. So that means a lot of things, right? The Red Cross is a huge organization. Climate change is a very all-encompassing issue. And so I pulled up this stat that was on our American Red Cross climate page, and it said that 83% of disasters triggered by natural hazards, so natural disasters, were caused by climate-related events. So as you all know with the Red Cross, we're all about responding to disasters, preparing for disasters, recovering from disasters. So knowing that 83% of the work that we do is relating to climate, impacted by climate, it's a pretty big number. And I know you all are all very engaged youth volunteers, which means that a lot of the work that you do is probably impacted by climate. I'm really excited because you all are our next generation of Red Crossers. And so this is something that will be more on your mind as you volunteer and you get involved with the organization. And I think we're at a really great place in the organization to start addressing this. So it's really exciting to have these conversations this weekend and kind of get in a part of that process. Especially right now, as you know, we had that big hurricane disaster in Florida. And so climate change is on the minds of many folks, not just in our organization. And we'll keep that in mind too as we go along this weekend, because some of our speakers might be deployed or out in the field, and that might change some scheduling. I don't think it will, but if it does, I'll keep you updated. So just something to keep in mind. And also, as we go along, of course, this isn't all doom and gloom. Um, I have so much faith in our Red Crossers, our youth Red Crossers particularly, and I'm really excited to see what you come up with relating to climate and relating to the Red Cross as we move on past this weekend. There's a lot of opportunity and a lot of really cool things to do with the organization. So with that, I would love to introduce our first speaker, Andrea Grimaldi-Grafer. She is our Regional Volunteer Services Officer, and she's going to share a little bit about the work we do. I know you all are probably pretty familiar with her, but we're really excited to have her on today. So I will pass it over to Andrea.
Thank you so much, Hallie. Good morning, everyone. And we are thrilled to have you this morning at our summit. First and foremost, I just want to take this moment to congratulate you, Hallie, on the tremendous work that you've done putting this together, and not just for today for the Youth Summit, but everything you've been doing to energize our youth base here in the greater New York region. It's been tremendous. In the short time that Hallie's been here with the Red Cross, a little over a year, she has exponentially expanded our youth program and really integrated youth into everything we do every day, which is just so important. So congratulations to you, Hallie. We are so proud of you and so appreciate everything you do. And I know Annabelle worked really hard on this summit with you, and she's not able to join us today. And Annabelle's one of our volunteers who's done such great work. And we're very happy and proud that Annabelle was able to contribute to this terrific program, and hope to catch up with her soon. So we're, as Hallie said, the focus of the summit is on climate, and you're going to be hearing from a lot of speakers over the weekend talking about that, but also talking about the Red Cross and ways that you can get involved in the Red Cross, ways that you can expand your involvement that you already have. I know we have some tremendous youth clubs and youth volunteers who've been helping with us, but there are so many ways that youth can be engaged and involved in the Red Cross. It's really exciting. And we often talk about youth being the future of the Red Cross, but you really are the right here and now. You have skills, talents, and abilities that can contribute to this organization in ways that others can't. Most of the time, youth are really on the cutting edge of technology. You're on the cutting edge of what's new and what can work to help get our message out there. And you're our ambassadors within your communities, your school community, your home community, your communities in faith-based organizations that you may be involved in, other volunteer organizations that you're involved in. There's a way to connect the Red Cross and the mission and the work that we're doing in every aspect and every area of your life. And the exciting thing about the Red Cross in being a universal organization, meaning we are throughout the world. Wherever you go and wherever you travel to, the Red Cross is there. And there is a way for you to take the Red Cross with you. So many of you may be rising seniors in high school this year, and this may be your last year in your Red Cross club, but it doesn't need to be your last year with the Red Cross. It really is the start of your Red Cross career and your Red Cross journey. If you talk to a lot of Red Crossers who've been with the organization for many years, you'll find out they actually began as a youth. They may have started in aquatics. A lot of people started in lifeguarding, taking water safety courses. Others started in Red Cross clubs. So there's ways that you'll find that Red Cross can be with you for as long as you want it to be. And we hope that it will be forever. And then someday you're sitting here giving a presentation to a youth group and talking to them about the ways that they can get involved. The Red Cross has been around for over 140 years. And there is no way an organization could have that kind of legacy without having a strong, involved youth base. So we're counting on you to continue this legacy, to continue spreading the word, to be the ambassadors. Get your family involved, get your friends involved, look for ways that you could bring the Red Cross with you wherever you go. Not just during the school year, in the summer. We have terrific summer volunteer opportunities that you can come and help us out. Part of summer volunteer opportunities was actually working with Hallie and putting this youth summit together. We are very grateful also to our youth executive board members who have been working very hard, really charging their youth groups and being the leadership face of our youth organization. So we're grateful for everything they do. Alex, all the terrific work you've been doing with the Youth Executive Board, we're so appreciative. So I want to talk to you a little bit about with that, and I mentioned a little bit about the legacy of the Red Cross, and Hallie's going to help me here. I'm actually upstate New York in my RV camper, so I'm very grateful that my internet is working this morning, but I don't want to tempt fate. So I did want to just share a little bit with you about youth in the Red Cross and the rich and wonderful history of youth in the Red Cross. So it actually began, and Hallie will share for me, but really a lot of what Red Cross started with was around war efforts. The Red Cross that was founded, the American Red Cross, when it was founded, was shortly after Clara Barton had gone and visited Henri Dunant. Henri Dunant was the gentleman who founded the International Committee of the Red Cross and Red Crescent societies that we know today. And the birth of the Red Cross was out of war, and it was out of trying to see where those humanitarian efforts can be focused for war, taking care of those soldiers on the battlefields. And Clara Barton was truly inspired by that and brought the Red Cross to the United States in the late 1890s. So it has this rich history that was around that, and part of it was in World War I with the birth of the Junior Red Cross. And the Junior Red Cross, again, was a very charged base of youth volunteers who were helping out their community. Again, everyone rallied around the nation during the time of World War I. It was scary. Many of these children's fathers were sent overseas. They were drafted for the war effort. They were sent overseas. And much like we do today and the Red Cross does today, during times of tragedy, during times of disaster, during times of war, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of angst, there's a lot of concern. And for our children, that's a very difficult thing to deal with. But one of those ways that you can work through that is through giving and through helping to others and through making a difference in your community. So we had the birth of the Junior Red Cross. So that began in 1917. And I'm not going to read the whole history for you. You can go on redcross.org and actually look up and Google Junior Red Cross. It's really neat. There's some wonderful information. But, you know, as we're talking about today with climate, and there's a lot that we know with the climate that makes us nervous, that makes us scared about our future and what we can do to make a difference. But in that fear, there's a way that all of you can take the opportunity to make a difference and make a change. You know, we just had Hurricane Ian. Actually, we're still in the midst of the Hurricane Ian operation, and we're very fortunate that we have one of our leaders, Brad Kaiserman, who is a vice president of disaster service operations, who actually will be speaking with us this weekend. We weren't sure if he was able to, but he's very committed to this and very committed to youth, that he will be speaking to us in the midst of still running the operations of Hurricane Ian. And as we're looking at the hurricanes that are happening, the wildfires, the floods, they're happening at different times of year, they're stronger storms. It's scary. But there's something we can do with that. We could take that fear and we could turn it into action. And that's what we're looking to all of you as our youth, is how can you turn that into action? And in the Red Cross, we talk about compassion into action. This is your opportunity to really activate your communities, your schools, your friends, your family, everything that you're involved in, and get them involved in the ways that we can make a difference. And it may not be that tomorrow everything's going to be perfect and better. It's that ripple effect. If you take a little pebble and you drop it in water and you see the ripples that are spreading out, that one little drop, that one little pebble is you. And everything you do will have that positive ripple effect to make the change and make the difference. And you, right now, today, have that opportunity to be a part of this effort. And you couldn't have a better leader in Hallie, who is doing everything she can to make sure that you're integrated and involved in all lines of service with the American Red Cross. Yes, are there some things you may not be able to do if you're a certain age? Absolutely. That doesn't mean as you grow, it's not something you can work towards and you could do, like responding to disasters, going into someone's home and installing a fire alarm. That doesn't mean you can't be involved in those efforts. You can educate your community about the importance of having a smoke detector in their homes, about what to do if you need to leave your home because of a disaster. So there's a tremendous amount of work. Your age is not a hindrance, your age is empowerment. And you have that opportunity, tremendous energy, talent, skills. You know a lot more about technology than any of us do at this point in time. I was volunteering at my daughter's school yesterday. She's in 5th grade for her play. and I said something about Instagram, and they all kind of looked at me like I was very old because I guess it's not as popular. So that I realized and I was educated as to what are the proper social media for fifth graders. So, as I said, you're the ones who can really help us get our message out in the best way. So, with that, I am so excited to watch this summit this weekend. I am so excited to work with each and every single one of you. I'm thrilled that Hallie was able to put this together and the tremendous work that she's doing. And remember, today's the beginning. This is the kickoff of what's going to be a fantastic year together. Again, doesn't end at the end of your school year. Your Red Cross experience doesn't end with graduation. It's just the beginning. It's a way to continue. I've been with the Red Cross for almost 25 years now. And I like to say I began when I was 10, but I didn't. But I actually began when I was 22 years old. And the Red Cross was really only supposed to be just a drop off until I went to grad school. Well, as you could see, it really stuck with me and I stuck with it. So there are so many ways that you can continue with the Red Cross, get involved, be engaged. Let us know what your thoughts are. Let us know what you want to do. Hallie is so responsive. She is only just a Teams message, a text message, a phone call, or an email away. And I am looking forward to everything. We're all going to learn together this weekend, and we're going to be together just making the Greater New York Red Cross the best that there is. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Hallie. And I'm excited to see this weekend. I hope you're all excited. Get your cups of coffee going. I have mine, and we'll be ready. And I know it's a gorgeous Saturday morning, so no better way to spend it than on this summit. So thank you so much, Hallie. Thank you all, and let's get rocking and rolling today.
Thank you, Andrea. Thanks so much. Let me get my screen shared. All right. One moment. It's been spending its sweet time uploading, but our next slide is we're going to dive into youth climate and really get into the details of climate to prep us for this weekend. So if you could put in the chat one sentence that describes climate change to you. So maybe that's a definition of climate change, maybe that's how it makes you feel, maybe that's actions you take to address climate change, whatever that is, just one sentence in the chat about what climate change is to you. I'll put mine in as well. I know that's difficult to do because it's such a big topic, one sentence. So I put mine in the chat. I said, climate change is important to me because I'm from Florida originally, and I worry about sea level rise. Andrea shared, understanding what behaviors we can adopt to make a positive impact on climate. That's great. And I forgot to share an incentive earlier this morning for our comments. I'm going to go through after the summit and pull the names of everyone who commented and do a raffle. So if you comment, you might be getting a really cool Red Cross t-shirt in the mail. So maybe that'll, add a few more comments in the chat. But yes, please, by all means, share your thoughts. Alex says, climate change is important to me because as someone from Long Island, I understand the effect of rising sea levels. Absolutely. Ksenia says, to me, climate change is important because it's the future of our planet and wildlife. Absolutely. Angelina, to me, climate change represents the change and impact it has on environments and ecosystems. Definitely. Kelly, I wish people with power would take climate change more seriously. That is a really, really strong statement. Very powerful. Thanks for sharing, Kelly. Rachel, climate change is important to me because we only have one Earth. That is very true. Sahara, climate change is important to me because if we do not regulate climate change, it can severely be negative, not only on the environment, but on the world as a whole. Absolutely. Axke says climate change is important to me because it impacts our future. That is very true. And I'm glad you brought that up, Axke, because as youth volunteers, that's super relevant. Ella, climate change is important to me because I worry about our planet and oceans. Absolutely. Vera, climate change is important to me because it has such a wide scope of impact. And when the environment is in danger, people are in danger. That is critical. Yeah, we're all connected with the environment. We can't really separate it out. Amy, climate change is important because it has been caused by humans, and it's our job to save our planet, which cannot sustain us and animals if we don't take action. Very true. Israt, climate change is important to me because it intersects with human rights issues. That's a super important idea. It's not just losing the things we love in the outside world, it impacts us as people very closely. And that's very important to what we do at the Red Cross. So that's a great point. Chloe, climate change is important because it can affect many people's health. That's a really important part as well. Absolutely. Karina, climate change shows the Earth is warming up and it's up to us to make changes necessary for a healthier planet. That's a great summary. Katya, climate change is important because it affects all of our lives and futures. Absolutely. Hiba, climate change is important to me because it's destroying our Earth quicker and we need to do more to help our Earth. Absolutely. Emmanuel, climate change is important to me because if we don't impact the environment positively, it can impact the world negatively. Absolutely. These are excellent, everyone. Jacqueline said climate change is change in the global climate patterns, disrupting our wildlife and the Earth. That's a great overview. Fatima, climate change is important to me because the world is beautiful. 100%, that's reason enough. I love that. Lola, we need to work together to do anything we can. Absolutely. These are great, y'all. I'm not sure if I'll be able to read all of them right now, but these are excellent. I mean, these are just really incredible sentiments. Thank you for sharing. And I'll make sure that I know all of these because these are really, really important. Thank you. So what I'll do is I'm going to share a really quick video to kind of level set where we are with what climate change is and, just some basic details about it. And so I'll share a really quick video. It sounds like you all are very familiar with it already. So this will probably just be a refresher. Let me know if you can't hear that audio. Could you hear that? If you could send a thumbs up in the chat or just a thumbs up reaction. Could you hear that audio? Thanks, Rachel. So that was pretty much what you all said, maybe a little more science facts thrown in, but I thought that would be a quick overview of kind of the science we're working with and how that relates to the more social sides that we see at the Red Cross. So it's time for a pop quiz on a Saturday morning. I know that's the most evil thing I could do. We're going to do a Kahoot. If you haven't done that before, I'm going to share my screen in just a second, but it'll give you a code that you can type in on a website, and then you can play on your phone while we'll watch the screen on our laptops, or if you're watching on your phone. So let me share my screen. I promise this isn't a pop quiz where you can get a bad grade. It's just going to test our knowledge. So let's see. Let me pull it up. Okay. So we'll go to classic mode. All right. So you will go to www.kahoot.it, and you will type in that game pin, and then you can enter your name. And be sure to enter your real name, because for the folks who get in the top 3, we'll have a little reward. Awesome. See, you all are already popping up. So great. Thanks, everybody. I took this quiz last night and it was kind of hard. So I'll say I have a degree in climate, and I was racking my brain. So do not feel bad if you don't know all the answers. It's going to be a good test to see, how good is our guessing skills. It'll be good. Thanks, everybody. I'll start at 10:33. So if you could get your name in the next 2 minutes, that would be great. And let me know if you have any issues. I know sometimes Kahoot can be a little odd, so just send me a message if you have any issues signing on. Awesome. I think we've got almost everybody in. All right, let's see. Okay, we'll do one more minute and then we'll get started. So make sure to log on if you haven't already. All right, I'm gonna hit the start button in 10 seconds. So if you haven't gotten on kahoot.it and entered that game pin, please do now. Send me a message if it's not working for you. Otherwise, we'll get started. All right. Okay, I think it's 12 questions. We'll check once we get it. I think it'll say how many questions there are, but looking forward to seeing how this goes, this Saturday morning pop quiz. All right, here we go. And so you'll see the buttons on your phone if you haven't played before, and you'll hit the button on your phone. Um, wow, you guys are quick. You're getting these answers in really quick. Wow, good job, everybody. That is super good. So yes, the primary source of energy for the Earth is the sun. You guys did excellent. All right, let's go to the next question. Okay, we've got Katya in first, then Chloe, Emmanuel, Heba, and Kelly. All right, this is going to be competitive. You guys are close to a numbers. I mean, it's only a few off for each. So let's go to this next one. Okay, so think about that video we just watched. And I think it gives you more points if you get it in early. So if you're strategizing for that W, think about that. All right, good job, everybody. Again, you guys really know your stuff. So CO2 and methane are important because they trap the sun's energy. Like we watched in that other video, it's that greenhouse effect. So good job, everybody. Okay, let's see where we are. Ooh, Kelly moved up. All right. This is good. We've got new names on the leaderboard. Everything's subject to change. We're still early on, so you guys are doing great. Oh, you're quick. I see these answers are coming in. This is what we talked about they talked about in the other video as well. So if you can recall. Wow, again, you guys know your stuff. You're ready for any sort of college climate class. I would not do better than you in a class. You guys know this. So when CO2 and other greenhouse gases increase in our atmosphere, the average global temperature increases. So again, it's that greenhouse effect. Awesome. This is complex stuff. You guys are doing great. Okay, let's see where we are. Ooh, Chloe, she inched into the lead. Oh, she and Kelly are tied actually, so that's even more competitive. Okay, let's see what happens next round. And the graph they're showing is a really popular climate graph. So it's showing how much CO2 is in the atmosphere and how in other graphs they can correlate that with temperature. So it's pretty aligned. When CO2 goes up, temperature goes up. All right, we have almost everybody in. And this is a hard one. Anything that has all answers are accurate. I didn't make this quiz. I wouldn't have done that. That's too evil for a Saturday morning. All right. Okay, this one was a little bit harder. So the answer was that we can correlate the rise of CO2 with human activities. So the more people there's been, the more CO2 there has been. But it was a tough one. I know that all answers are accurate. I would have clicked the same. So good job. That one was tough. All right, let's see what happened. Ooh, that switched it up. Okay, Kelly's in the lead. We have folks catching up to her. Angelina did a big move. She went up 12 spaces. So that, watch out, she's coming. Okay, let's go to our next one. And remember, this is an accept question. So you're clicking what isn't true. All right, looks like almost everybody's got their answer in. Again, this is a hard one. I'm grateful you guys are pushing through this quiz. Okay. So this measurement does not inform us that the average temperature is increasing, and that is that animals are increasing in diversity in the wild. So that's not a measurement we use to show that the average temperature of Earth is increasing. But again, that's a hard one. The accept, I mean, it's too hard. It's just too early for this. You guys are doing so good. All right. Okay, William has a streak with 5 correct answers. Go, William. That's awesome. Kelly's still in the lead, but folks are catching up. It's a tight race. You guys are doing great. Okay, another accept one. I know you guys know this one. Like almost everybody's got theirs in. Ooh, that was good. You guys did really well on that one. So walking, biking, and swimming do not produce greenhouse gases. We're not burning any fuel when we do those things. If you're like me and you rent an e-bike with a battery so you don't have to pedal as hard, all right, in that case, you might be emitting some greenhouse gases. But if you are just walking on your legs, you're biking on a bike, you're swimming, you're not emitting greenhouse gases. Good job, everybody. Okay, Fatima's up 4 places. She's going to get on that list. Kelly's still in the lead. Katya's moving up. We're doing really well. We're halfway there. This one's a hard one. It's the difference between climate and weather. This is something I did not know until college. So I know you guys are big brained youth volunteers, but it's a hard one. Wow, you guys did great. Awesome. Okay. William has the highest answer streak. Madison's moving up. Kelly's still in the lead. We're doing great. Question 8. And read through all of the options first. That's my little hint. Right? We almost have everybody in. Wow, great job, everybody. That was a hard one when you have the all answers are correct option. Sometimes I know I read too quickly and I click an option, but that's excellent. So yep, you can measure from all different types of measurements, which is really cool. There's scientists who focus on one super small form of measuring, but it contributes to a much larger picture of what's going on with the Earth. So it's a really cool way to specialize. Okay, whoa, no movement in the top 5. You guys you're consistent, but Emmanuel's making a comeback, so watch out. Okay, we're getting near the end. We've got 3 questions left. It's not too late. Another weather versus climate event or question. Weather versus climate. I think you all need to be hosting this summit. You know your stuff. I'm super impressed. Okay, looks like almost everybody has their answers in. Awesome. Yep, great job. So a record cold day in Phoenix is an example of weather. The way I try to remember it is climate is more of the average long-term game. So you're thinking about the average temperature for New York City in a year. But a record cold day in New York City would be an example of weather. So it's just kind of what's happening that day. Climate is what's happening that 10-year cycle or that 100-year cycle. So awesome job, everyone. Oh, Katya's got the highest answer streak. She's coming for you, Kelly. You better watch out. Kelly's been in the lead. I'm very impressed. You guys are doing great. Leo's on the board. Awesome job. Okay, 2 more. This is a difficult one. You guys answered that so quickly. You know your stuff. Okay, exactly right. Impacts will vary. So you all knew that. On average, it's going to get warmer for the globe as an average, but that's going to look very different when you look at the country level, the state level, the city level. What happens in New York City will be different than what happens in Belize or, Italy. It's going to look different depending on where we are. So great job. Alex Wang, our Regional Youth Executive Board Chair, he is on the list. Good job, Alex. Leo's got a streak of 10. That is killer. Okay, here we go. We're almost done. This one was difficult. I had to think about this one when I took the quiz. All right, make sure to get your answers in. We're almost out of time. Wow, good job, everybody. That is excellent. So you are absolutely right. The ozone layer helps to filter out some of that harmful UV radiation. So this was a big issue in the 80s and the 90s, and it's actually been recovering over the past few years, which is great. That's a big win in climate and environmental work, is that the ozone has been slowly getting stronger over the past few years. So it shows that the actions you do really can have an impact. Awesome job. Okay, I think we've got one more. Kelly's in the lead, followed by Katya, Madison. Alex moved up. Leo's on the list. Lola is back. We're doing great. Okay, final question. Make sure to read through the options. Right? Everybody's getting their answers in. Okay, make sure if you haven't submitted yet, you do. Their final question. Okay, awesome. You're all right technically, even though the answer was that all choices are correct. If you clicked another answer, you're still correct, so don't worry about it. All right, great job, everybody. Those are all ways that you can help reduce your carbon footprint, reduce the impact you have on emissions. You guys are experts. Okay, let's see. Let's see how it came out. In 3, we have Madison. Awesome job, Madison. Second, we have Katya. Congrats. And number 1, we have Kelly. Awesome job. I'm going to take a photo to make sure I send you guys some things. Excellent job. I know that everybody did well. I was amazed by all of the correct responses and how much you all knew. So thank you for going through that, the pop quiz. All right, I'm going to share my screen again. Congrats to our winners and congrats to everybody for playing. Was there anything that caught you off guard? Any questions that were particularly difficult? For me, that ozone one I had to think about when I took it. Did you guys have any that you had to think twice about? And my slides are pulling up right now. We do have a speaker, a really exciting speaker coming on at 11. We're going to do a quick review of youth clubs, and then we will head over to our speaker. Katya says weather versus climate was tricky. It is. That took me a while to understand. And you guys did a great job learning that, but it is. It's a little tricky to get that concept. Kiba agrees. Yeah, I know. It's a little difficult. And that's why, when it snows in October and you're like, what is going on? It's hard to say that one day is climate change or related to climate change, but it's that overall pattern. If it's snowing every October, okay, we need to look into that. The CO2 question, yep. Yeah, all the greenhouse gases and molecules, it gets a little tricky. But again, you guys, I'm telling you, if you take a climate class in college, maybe you already have, you're going to be set. I was amazed with all the stuff you know. So right now, my slides are loading. What we're going to pull up is a quick review of our youth club basics. So most of you are members of our youth clubs. If you're not an issue at all. This is a picture of our Stuyvesant Club. So if you're a member of Stuyvesant, so glad to have you here. So just really quickly before we pass things over, 4 main bullet points to remember. So if you're in a youth club, particularly if you are a youth club leader, look at these items, and if you say, Hallie, what is that? Send me an email. The first one being, we have our Regional Youth Executive Board. So this is one that you all are probably familiar with. I wanted to just bring on Alex Wang if he's available to say hello really quickly. Alex, I think you're in the audience. If you don't mind just popping in to say hi, that would be great. In the chat's perfect too. So Alex is our chair for the Regional Youth Executive Board, and you'll hear a lot from him throughout the year. No worries at all, Alex. And he's great. He'll be a point of contact. Our Youth Executive Board in general will be reaching out, so stay tuned for more information from them. Secondly, if you are a youth club leader, you're probably familiar with our bi-monthly club leader check-ins. Again, if you're saying, Hallie, what is that? Shoot me an email. Our next one is going to be in November. These are fully virtual, and I just share opportunities that are upcoming for our youth and our clubs. Number 3 is volunteer connection. So there's 3 things that when you read them or when you hear them from me, if you ask yourself, I don't think I've ever heard that before, shoot me an email. So the first one is your new club member link. When you have new club members, do you send them a link to join a volunteer connection? If not, I'll send it to you. Do you have access to Hours Manager? Do you know how to approve hours, how to edit hours on Volunteer Connection? If you don't, send me an email. And then finally, do you have our event form link? So this event form is on Volunteer Connection. I know some of our clubs don't have it because it's relatively new. So again, let me know if you don't have it. And then finally, we do have a new link for our Red Cross resources. So we have redcross.org/red-cross-youth. So this is a new link. I won't even say the old one because I keep mixing them up in my head. But if you are looking for Red Cross youth information, if you want to see what sort of activities there are out there, if you want to see what's the theme of this month, you can get that through the Get Involved newsletter that I send to all youth volunteers, and or you can go to this website. So redcross.org/red-cross-youth. And I know they're still updating it as we go along. So if there's some things that were on the old website that you haven't seen yet, just give it a few days. They're working on it right now. But that's a really good place to go if you're looking for some ideas. And as always, if you need anything, if you want to brainstorm, if you've got questions, just shoot me an email. I put it at the bottom of the slide. So let me see. We have our speaker upcoming next. We have Brad Kaiserman, who I'm really excited about. I'm going to see if Brad has joined us, and I'll make sure I share the presenting status with him. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Brad is on at 11. And once he joins, I'll get the presentation started. So yes, if you want to stretch your legs, get some coffee, now is a great time to do it. We'll start our next segment at 11. Thanks, everybody. Welcome, Brad. I see that you have joined. Thank you so much. We're going to start at 11, and I'll do a quick introduction and then pass things your way. So thank you so much for joining us.
Sounds good. Standing by. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're going to start back in just a minute. So if you went to go grab some coffee or stretch your legs, make your way back to your laptop and we will get started in just a moment. Thanks, everyone. right, everybody, welcome back. It's been a great summit so far. I am so excited for our next speaker, Brad Kaiserman. We are really, really fortunate as a region to have him speaking with us today. Brad Kaiserman has been the Vice President for Disaster Operations and Logistics at the American Red Cross since June of 2015. In this position, Brad oversees all American Red Cross domestic disaster operations. Brad and his team are accountable for staffing, logistics, operations, and situational awareness that are necessary to our scalable relief operations. So they meet the direct needs of disaster clients, they assist in their recovery. When you think Red Cross, you think of the work that Brad is doing. During his nearly 30 years of public service, Brad has participated in numerous crisis operations, ranging from the response to the Exxon Valdez oil spill, maritime mass migrations from Haiti and Cuba, and the response to and the recovery from Hurricane Sandy. So I am so appreciative that Brad was able to join us today, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from you, Brad. So with that, I will pass it over. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kelly. I appreciate it. As we go through this, will the attendees be able to talk if I ask questions?
They will. So if folks want to respond, they can raise their hands and I'll unmute them. So absolutely.
Excellent. Okay, so good morning, everybody. We're gonna try to do a little more interactive here this morning. It's Saturday. I need some help. So it's been a busy week with Hurricane Ian and Fiona and Merbach, and we'll talk about that a bit. But I want to begin by asking you some questions. When we think about disasters, what do you think a disaster is? How would you define a disaster? Anybody? I think you need to raise your hand, and then Haley will unmute you. So anybody want to take a guess? What's a disaster? Anybody? All right, there you go. Vera.
When something like drastic and damaging happens.
Yeah, it's a good, I mean, you've identified two really good characteristics there, something drastic or extreme, something that's not normal, and then it causes some kind of damage. Anybody else want to weigh in on what constitutes a disaster? All right, I guess I'll wait a little bit. I'm gonna need you guys to engage a little bit, though. You're gonna be bored if you just listen to me talk. I want you guys to engage. A disaster usually involves three important characteristics. First of all, it generally involves something that we value very much. The stakes are high, people's lives, their property, their security, right? And so when you have one of those values and it's threatened, which is the second characteristic, something that's threatening, something that we value very much, and typically in order for something to be a disaster, it needs to involve scarcity, right? The notion that we're managing scarcity, because if everyone had enough of everything they needed in any kind of this sort of event like Vera talked about, something that was, damaging and extreme, if everybody had everything they needed to respond, then we really wouldn't have a disaster. You wouldn't need what the Red Cross brings to the table. And so when we think about disaster, we're usually thinking about when something that we value is threatened, usually somewhat suddenly, and that there's not enough of what we need in order to respond. So I'm sure that you've seen in places where you live, maybe you're driving or you're walking along the street, and you see a two-car accident, and there's EMS vehicles, and there's ambulances, and there's fire trucks and police cars. And so I would ask you, is that a disaster? And I'll answer the question. It is if you're sitting behind the wheel of one of those cars, right? Because your life may be threatened, your property is certainly threatened, certainly your peace of mind has been disturbed. But is it a disaster for the community? Probably not. There's enough police, fire, and medical resources to respond to that event. And so while it might be a disaster for the people sitting behind the wheel of that car, those cars, it's probably not a disaster for the community. So I think one of the first things we learn about disaster before we start talking about climate is that context is everything, right? You have to understand context. I tell my team all the time, everybody's in a different movie, all of us, right? There's 44 attendees right now, and there's 4 of us in the presenter queue. That's 48 of us, and I'm going to tell you right now, we're all in a different movie. You woke up this morning, whether it's Alexi or I'm looking at the list here, whether it's Alexi or Angel or Chloe, Ella, you all woke up this morning and you were in different moods in different places in your life. We're all in a bit of a different movie. One of the biggest challenges for people who do what we do, which is to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors, right? The mission of the Red Cross. One of the most important things we do in delivering that mission is help bring people into the same movie. Because at any given time, we're trying to manage scarcity in lots of different places that has arisen because of disasters. So I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. I'm going to share my screen here for a second, and I'll be sharing my screen for most of the rest of the. I do not want to update my audio driver, so I'm going to do that later. Let's see if it'll let me do this. There we go. Let's see here. I don't think I succeeded in sharing. Can you? Oh, you can see my screen. There we go. Okay, excellent. Yeah, it kept prompting me to update my audio driver, not a thing I want to do right now. So what you're seeing on the screen is something I'm really proud of that the Red Cross uses nowadays, and this is called RC View. It is a geospatial data management system. So geospatial means that a lot of what we're going to see here involves the use of maps and trying to put events in the context of the geography that they're occurring in. And then by understanding where something is happening and how something is happening, we can make better decisions on how to respond. So what you're seeing here is a live feed. Everything you're going to see from here on in this morning is live. And this is tools that the Red Cross and my team use every single day to manage operations. Wherever you see one of these green pins on the map, we have an ongoing active disaster operation. And the bigger the pin and the higher the number, the more impactful the event. And so we rank disasters using a numbering system, 1 through 7, where 1 is the least impactful and 7 is the most. And generally, we use the cost of the response as a proxy for impact or complexity. It doesn't always work. So if we have things like mass shootings, which the Red Cross responds to mass shootings, we have arrangements with the FBI and the National Transportation Safety Board to provide services during mass shootings and mass transportation casualties. When those things happen, they may not cost a lot of money to respond to, but they're very complex in managing the response. And so in those cases, the number that we assign to the disaster may not necessarily properly reflect the complexity of the disaster. Sometimes we'll actually artificially elevate one of those because even though the cost is low, the complexity is high. But generally, cost is a good proxy for complexity. And so you see on the screen, we've got a group of these level 3s here in the southeast and a couple of level 2s. Back here, hidden behind all these shelter pins, is a big level 7. That's Ian. Down here, you see a level 5 in Puerto Rico. That is Fiona. And if I were to move us over here to Alaska, come here, Alaska. There we go. You'll see a level 4 up in Alaska for Typhoon Merbok, which struck Alaska a couple of weeks ago, and we'll talk about there for a second. You also see on the screen these blue pins with the S. That does not stand for Superman. It stands for shelter, and all those Supermen work in shelters. It's a different thing. And so we have also in the Red Cross, we run shelters. All of this is going to tie to climate change, and I'm going to tie it in for you here in just a second. But I want you to understand first, in any given day, what we're doing. Right now, across the entire Red Cross, we have 10 active disaster relief operations going on. And we have 16 shelters open this morning with about 2,000 people in them across the country. Most of them right now, most of those shelters are down in Florida for Hurricane Ian. So wherever you see some of these color codes here, that means there are current watches and warnings for climate-related things occurring around the country. The ones you're seeing here are for wildfire risk. Here you're seeing risk of convective weather and storms. And so this is part of what we do every day to help try to manage our operations and our response in the context of climate. So let's talk about climate for a minute. So I'm going to ask a question, and this one I really need you to answer. So if I said to you, what constitutes a really big disaster? If I ask you to put a number on that, how much money? Let's take Hurricane Ian. What do you think Hurricane Ian is going to cost overall for anybody involved in it? What do you think the cost of Hurricane Ian is going to be? Estimate. Anybody, take a guess. In dollars. It's a big number.
And you all can put it in the chat as well.
Great. All right, so I see we have a couple hands up there. Let's see, we've got Sioris, if I'm pronouncing that right. What do you think the cost will be?
Oh, yeah, that's all right.
Thank you.
I would guess about 500 million. Oh, yeah, it just went up in the chat.
Very good. What if I told you that right now the estimated cost of response to Ian is going to be over $50 billion? $50 billion with a B. $50 billion. That's even hard to imagine how much money that is. But let me put some context for that for you. So in the 1980s, if I said to you, how many of these, if we said that a big disaster, we're gonna characterize a big disaster, a climate disaster, as having an insured loss of $1 billion or more. Now, when I say insured loss, that means that the people who were impacted, whether it's government or an individual household, that they had insurance and insurance paid out. But remember, in addition to insured loss, there are lots of people who have no insurance. By the way, there are many governments that don't insure their buildings or their structures. So insured loss generally is about half of the actual loss from a disaster. And I'm going to get to your question about how do we raise money here in just a second. So if I were to say to you, how many billion-dollar disasters, that is a disaster where the insured loss was $1 billion or more. If I were to say to you, how many billion-dollar disasters do you think we had in the 1980s? So that's 40 years ago. What would you guess? How many do you think we had a year? 1, 30, 100, 10? How many billion-dollar disasters do you think we had a year in the 1980s? And you can put your answer in the chat or raise your hand, whatever works. 10,000. Jonathan said 10,000. Fortunately, that's not what we had. That's good. And I see numbers like 5, 48, 1,500. Good. So we're kind of all over the place. This is why I wanted to have this conversation so we could all get into the same movie together, right? So I'm going to put us together in the same movie around disaster and climate change. And I'm going to do that right now by putting this on the board. So in the 1980s, there were on average $3.1 billion disasters a year. So 3. Like how many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? In the 1980s, it was 3. 3 of those per year. So now let's go forward a little bit. Let's go forward. Maybe I want to go backwards. Let's see if I want to go backwards. Yeah, we're going to go backwards. Let's go backwards to the 1990s. So 10 years goes by and suddenly the number's gradually rising. Now it's 5.5 per year. And then we get to the 2000s and it keeps going up. It's 6.7 a year by the time we get to the 2000s. Then we get to the 2010s and it nearly doubles. 12.8 events on average per year, billion-dollar disasters. By the way, this is in your lifetime now. I just turned 60 a few weeks ago. I realized that I think when I was most of your age and anybody told me turn 60, I would think that that person was like prehistoric, possibly knew dinosaurs. And I look back on that now, and now that I'm 60, I feel bad about feeling that way. But I want to just tell you that being 60 is not bad. It's a vibrant time of life, and I get to sit back and look at all I've learned over the last 60 years. And this is a really important part of what I've learned. Because in the 2010s, we were averaging about 12.8 disasters per year. That's your lifetime. That's just literally a few years ago. Now let's fast forward. Over the last 5 years, we're averaging $18 billion disasters a year, 17.8, 18 a year. That is 3 times what we were experiencing in the 2000s, which is the decade in which I suspect many of you were born. So we are already seeing a 3-fold increase since you were born. And since I began practicing in this area, we've seen a 6-fold increase. So in my lifetime, 6 times the number of billion-dollar disasters. In your lifetime, 3 times the number of billion-dollar disasters. And that number just keeps going up. In the last 3 years, we've been averaging about $19 billion disasters a year. And last year, we had $20 billion disasters in 2021. 20 of them. By the way, the year before, we had 21. So the number just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And that is really cause for concern. When I look at 2022, I'll go here for a second. When I look at 2022, as of a few days ago, right, October 11th, we were at $15 billion disasters for this year, and we still have 3 months to go. So we're well above the average for the last 40 years, and we are approaching the average for the last 5 years, one I'm afraid we will likely hit. So the trend is continuing of seeing, 15, 16, 18, 20, 21 of these big disasters a year. Vera, go ahead.
I have a question about how would you say that climate change impacts like these natural disasters, and also how inflation and price of rebuilding and relief affects billion-dollar disaster, what that constitutes?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question because it is hotly debated, hotly debated. So the numbers that you see up here have all been adjusted. So you'll see this where it says including consumer price index adjustment to 2022. So these numbers have all been adjusted so that when we look at the number of big disasters in the 1980s, it's been adjusted to reflect 2022 dollars. So we're comparing apples to apples. Now, the argument that some people make pertinent to the question that you asked is, well, aren't more people living closer to places where disasters occur? And so isn't that what's really driving these costs up? Not really that there's more big disasters, but that we're seeing people taking more risk, and that's creating greater cost. And I don't have a definitive authoritative answer for you on that. The study that I've done indicates to me that there is simply an absolute objective net increase in the number of billion-dollar disasters over the past 40 years. But what part of that can we tease out and say, even if a dollar's a dollar over time, there are more people, say, living in Florida now in areas that are hit by disasters than there were 40 years ago. So if Hurricane Ian had struck, say, in 1985 rather than in 2022, would it have been a $50 billion disaster? And my answer is no, it would not have been a $50 billion disaster in 1980s, but it has still been a $1 billion disaster in the 1980s. And so when we look at it that way, right, what just breaks the line of a $1 billion disaster, and it's not because there's more construction or more of the built world near areas of hazard, but that's contributing to the increased cost, but it still would have broken $1 billion. We're still seeing significantly more climate disasters today than we were ever seeing before. And there's a consequence to that if you think about it, right? So if I said to you, we're having more disasters, more big disasters, more frequently, one of the corollaries of that is that we have less time in between to get ready, or if you've been impacted, to recover. So one of the consequences of, let me go back here for a second. One of the consequences of something like this, where, let's see if I can get to pull a slightly different view of this. Let's look at frequency, update that. Okay. So what this table is telling us is that we're on average seeing more and more big disasters each year. And there's another better, see if I can find a slightly better look here for you, because I think it tells the story a bit better. I think this is the one. Give it a second. Yeah, that's a good one. So here you see in the 1980s, like I talked about, there were an average of 3 of these billion-dollar disasters a year. And then you see each successive year through 2022, which is still building, and you can see we're at 15 for this year, right? And you can see the highest year was in 2020, where we had these 21 big disasters. But the message you should be taking away from this is look at the top line. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So the numbers, we may have some years where it's a little lower in between. You sort of see peaks and valleys, but the overall trend line is up, up, up. So when we're starting to see more big disasters caused by climate more frequently, the other corollary is we're seeing less time in between them to recover. And that is a really critical observation, because what it means is for an organization like the Red Cross, when we're responding, right now we've got these 10 active relief operations going on. Well, I can guarantee you we're going to have more initiated next week. They may not be big ones like Ian, but there'll be a tornado or a storm or a wildfire. It's coming. It happens all the time. And in fact, it happens all the time so frequently that we are down to about last year, we had only 18 days between billion-dollar disasters on average last year. Less than 3 weeks to reconstitute, get more volunteers, more resources, more tractor trailer loads of relief supplies. We had less than 3 weeks between billion-dollar disasters last year. And what this is telling you is from the 1980s all the way here through the 2020s, we're seeing less and less time to prepare, to get ready, and to recover. And that's from the responder perspective. Can you imagine living in a place like Louisiana or Texas or Florida or the Carolinas or Oregon, where you're just seeing more and more of these, and now you as a human being, you have less time to recover in between these large events. So it's not just that we're having more and more costly disasters, more frequent, more costly. That means the climate is changing in a way that gives us less time to respond to these disasters, less time to recover from these disasters. And that's a really big deal, because it means that communities, every time a community gets hit, that community has a little bit less time to recover than it had the last time it got hit. And it means for the Red Cross that it's harder and harder for us to keep having volunteers who are willing to go out over and over and over again. I'm going to share some data with you right now. And again, I promised you that this is all live and you're seeing real internal Red Cross statistics and management and data. So this is the number of people deployed right now on disaster relief operations for the American Red Cross. And right now, this morning, we have nearly 1,500 people deployed and another 128 that are flying today going to operations. And they're mostly going to Florida for Ian. That's what this line is on the top. And they're going to Puerto Rico to wrap up our response to Fiona, and some are going to Alaska to close out our response to Merbach. But this year alone, we've made over 13,000 separate disaster deployment assignments in the Red Cross. By the end of this year, I expect that number is going to be probably closer to 15, 16, 17,000. You do that year over year over year, and how do you get people to want to continue to be part of this? Because let me tell you something, when you go to a big disaster, maybe some of you have been to a big disaster. In fact, maybe you can, by show of hands, how many of you have ever experienced a disaster firsthand? Curious, just by show of hands, put your hands up if you've ever experienced a disaster firsthand. Okay, I have, and I'll tell you a quick story. In fact, it's a story about why I'm in the Red Cross. My grandparents lived in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, which is about 2 hours to the northwest of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And Wilkes-Barre is not a place where you'd expect a hurricane to happen. But a hurricane struck my grandparents in 1972. It was a sort of a harbinger of things to come, and it completely destroyed the community in which they live. And when I say completely destroyed, I mean there was nothing left. I remember my parents, I was about 10, driving me to Wilkes-Barre to pick my grandparents up from a shelter. And all there was for miles was the debris of homes that had been destroyed by the Susquehanna River flooding and by hurricane strength winds. And everything was covered in mud, homes destroyed, like all of the personal effects. Back then, people used to have photographs that were printed on paper as opposed to on their phone, and they really treasured those, right? That was the way you built memories. And all you just strewn on the streets were people's scrapbooks and photographs and their china, toys, their um, you stoves and refrigerators, all of these things. Just, it was like some giant came in and just swept everything away and then spilled mud on everything and then created a huge stench that comes from a disaster like that. And a year later, my grandparents were dead. Now, the death certificates all said hardening of the arteries or heart disease, but I'm going to tell you right now, what killed my grandfather was a broken heart from that hurricane because he lost everything. And it wasn't just my grandparents, it was really just tens of thousands of people who lived there, and lost everything. Jobin, you have a question, comment? Or Emmanuel, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. So again, I think it's if you've been through a disaster, you probably know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't been through a disaster, let me share some photographs with you for a second. I had not planned on doing that, but I'm going to. So give me a second to pull those up. I actually have some that were just taken yesterday. So I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to show you some things here for a second. So these are pictures from a community down in Florida that was impacted by Hurricane Ian. And you can see here that the Red Cross is going around feeding people and distributing supplies. But I want you to look around here. I want you to look at the condition. See all this debris? This is, and you see it's wet because it's, by the way, it's raining in Florida, which is really bad after a hurricane comes. People's roofs are ripped off. And so whatever damage had been done to their home, now there's being more damage done because it's raining and doing more destruction inside the home. And this is, by the way, 2 weeks after landfall. And so you can see, this is a home just destroyed by Hurricane Ian. And you can see the devastation it's causing to the people who lived in these communities as these Red Crossers are helping this individual, who's clearly been just so upset by all of this. And I have to tell you, I just got back from Florida. I was there for a week and I'm going back again in a couple of days to oversee our operations there. And you see these scenes everywhere. It just, I mean, look at the people's property just piled up on the curb like this as they're trying to clean up, even in the face of more rain and more flooding, right? And you just see people lining up for food and relief supplies. And you see volunteers like this lady here who've come from all over the country trying to help people from Hurricane Ian. And by the way, this same scene is playing out up in Alaska and in Puerto Rico and in the Carolinas, all because of Ian and Merbach and Fiona. So, it's great that our people all have smiles on their faces, but I have to tell you, when you see scenes like this one over and over again, it takes a toll on you. And because we're seeing so many big disasters happening so frequently with so little time in between to recover, it's taking a toll on our responders, on our volunteers. And some of them are saying, I love doing this work, but I can't do it anymore. I just can't. I can't bear it. I used to work at FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And after every really big disaster, Hurricane Sandy, as you heard Helene mention in my bio, was a really big disaster, a place where many of you live. And FEMA lost about 10% of its employees after that. Not because people were angry at FEMA, although they were for different reasons, but because folks who had worked for FEMA for years saw that destruction in New York and said, I can't do this every day anymore. I just can't. So it's a real challenge for relief agencies like ours to continue to mobilize and engage people to do this work. Early on, there was a question in the chat about how do you raise money for this? I'm going to answer that question, but before I do, I'm going to tell you an even more important question is how do you keep people engaged? How do you continue to bring responders to the fight? Because you're going to need more trained people available, more people to do this, like, load up cleanup kits and do that kind of work. I'll just show you some more people as I'm pictures as I'm talking through this for a second. This, by the way, is another great example. If you look carefully at this guy's vest right here, you'll see it's in Spanish. This gentleman is a gentleman we brought in from the Mexican Red Cross, and here are his colleagues that are with him. One of the reasons we did that is, the Red Cross has sister societies all over the country. Every country in the world has a Red Cross or Red Crescent society. There's only one national society in each country. The American National Red Cross is the Red Cross Society for the United States, but Cruz Roja Mexicana is the society for Mexico. And when Hurricane Ian struck in Florida, I called my counterpart in Mexico and I said, brother, I need some help here. And they sent a team of folks to help us do this distribution and particularly to engage Latino communities. Because one of the things we've learned is that in many of the places we serve, there are folks who are undocumented. We know this. We know that there are tens of thousands of undocumented people in the United States. And one of the principles about being a humanitarian relief organization is that we serve everyone, regardless of any consideration. Legal status in the country, we don't care. If you're suffering, we're going to help alleviate your suffering. Because in many cases, government can't help you. They're prevented by law from helping you if you're undocumented. And sometimes if you look like me and you drive into a community that is largely composed of folks who are undocumented, they're not going to come out and ask for help. But if I send Cruz Roja Mexicana in, different story. And so, again, everybody's in a different movie. And so I had to recognize that there are large undocumented migrant populations, especially migrant farm workers who are in Florida. And they were deeply impacted by Ian. And we wanted to make sure that they got assistance, that no one, and sorry, maybe a better way to frame it is this. The work we do, folks, is all about access. We wanted to make sure that everyone has access. I've been talking to you a lot about Hurricane Ian. Obviously, it's on my mind because we're in the middle of the response right now. I just want to show you a picture. This is Ian. This was Ian right before landfall. Look at the size of that monster. People are very focused in on Fort Myers Beach and Cape Coral, the areas where the storm made landfall. But you can see here, the entire state of Florida, the entire peninsula at least, was impacted by Ian because of its size and strength. And I'm going to tell you, Ian looks like this because of climate change, plain and simple. Warmer oceans creating more fuel to drive hurricanes, because a hurricane, the engine for a hurricane is hot water. That's the engine for a hurricane. And when, I think I have it ready here for you. So I'll show you Ian. Ian, where is he? There he is. When Ian started down here north of South America, and you can see here, this initial, the initial reporting on Ian began on the 23rd of September. When Ian made landfall, it was the 28th of September. We had really less than 5 days to prepare for Ian. And by the way, for most of this time, Ian was like a tropical storm or a Cat 1, but we knew that as soon as it got up here, it was going to grow and rapidly intensify, because this is something that we're seeing with the changing climate now, is what's called rapid intensification. The seawater was so warm, 89 degrees, so warm that it was like basically a supercharged hurricane engine. That's what happened. In fact, so supercharged that even after the storm went over land, it didn't weaken it. In fact, as soon as it came off the tip of Cuba, it strengthened into a nearly Category 5, the strongest category of hurricane. And then you can see it sort of wobbled a bit, building strength. And the longer it stayed out there, the stronger it got. And so by the time it got to here, right here, by the time it got there, it looked like this. And it brought 155-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, if you've been in a car on a highway and you were in the backseat of my car, you'd know what 80 miles an hour felt like. But 155 miles per hour is probably something most of us have never experienced in a way that we can translate into something we understand. I used to command Coast Guard ships at sea. I had a patrol boat that was actually based right out of Nokomis, Florida, right up here. And I had to go out in a hurricane to rescue people in 1995 in a storm called Hurricane Opal. And in that storm, I experienced 100-mile-per-hour winds and seas that were about 60 feet high. And I'd never really experienced anything quite like that before in my 82-foot patrol boat. But I can tell you, it literally sucks your breath away. You can't stand upright in winds of that strength. And powerful ships can barely make way against those kinds of winds and seas. Nature is you just have to come to respect nature for the power and the force that it brings. And I will tell you, there is no substance on earth stronger than water when it is being propelled by wind and heat. And the devastation and destruction it can do is absolutely massive. To give you a sense of what that looks like from Hurricane Ian, I'll share with you the damage assessments that we're doing right now. So we send Red Cross responders out to stand in front of every home that we think is damaged when we do a response. So it'll take me a second here to just pull up the Ian data. Let me do that to show you just what this looks like here. Sorry, 836, that's our number for Ian. I'll apply that, take us into Florida, and then I'm going to actually take out some of the things that you're seeing here so you can get a better picture. So I'm going to take out the call center data. All these maroon colored dots, those are people who are calling for help. We've had nearly 10,000, actually more than that when I bring the whole state into play. We've had over 10,000 calls for assistance in the state of Florida due to Hurricane Ian in the last 14 days. And as you can see, people are calling for things like food and shelter, money, water. But if I take those call center numbers out and I show you just the damage instead, and we look at I'll bring in all of just the major damage and destroyed. Everywhere where you see an orange dot here, that is a home that is destroyed or had major damage. That means people can't live in it. Right now, that number is, sorry, that was my mouse popping out. That number is about 6,700 homes. But we've only done about a quarter of all the assessments we need to do to fully understand the scope of damage. I'm expecting that by the time we complete 200,000 assessments, we're going to be at something closer to 50,000 homes destroyed or with major damage. Try to imagine that for a minute. 50,000 homes that on the 26th of September people were living in, and on the 29th of September they would never live in again. I've tried to use Ian here as a way to illustrate for you the impact of climate change. I'm going to just drill in here a little bit because I just want you to see how storms like this can literally destroy entire communities. I've actually been to the places that I'm showing you here on the map. Let me pull this up a little bit. By the way, if you're not seeing dots, don't assume there's no damage. It's just taking a long time to, assess this damage and go to these places. But I'll take you up here to North Fort Myers for a second, and we can just zoom in here. You're going to see that literally whole communities, look at this, like there's not a single home in this community that was spared. Not a single home. And when you really sort of drill down here, let's see if they took a photo. Sometimes we'll get a photo in these. Yeah, they didn't carry over to this list. When you look in these areas, like this whole community is destroyed. And we're out, our teams are out in force. I think by the time we're done here, you're going to see that there's damage across all of these. And when you look at the frequency with which these events are occurring, realize that they're being driven by warmer oceans, shifting patterns in the climate, then you really begin to understand what we're about to face. And what we're about to face is this. If the average number of disasters has increased sixfold in the last 40 years, and we expect that that pattern will continue for the next 40 years, then by the time many of you are my age, you'll be experiencing something like 40 or 50 billion dollar climate disasters in the United States a year. And there won't be 18 days between those. There'll be 0 days between them. That's the future. And I have to tell you, it's very likely that there's not a lot at this point we can do to change that future. Because as you know, greenhouse gases, even if everybody stopped doing all the dumb stuff that we do every day to kill the planet, it's too late to dial back the temperature change that's going to drive the frequency of climate disaster that I described to you. So I want to take a minute and look at the positive side of this, because there is a positive side of it. And the positive side of this is all about adaptation and resilience and care. So for a minute, I'm going to pull out this damage, and I'm going to show you the shelters that are in Florida. And again, Florida is one of many stories. It's just a story that I can tell you right now because it's sitting there in front of us. And if we pull back and we look at all of those shelters that are in Florida right now, you can see there are all those blue S's, right? Or the white S's and the blues. And if I'll duplicate this for a second and just show you the shelter population in terms of a number, and then I want to put a face on that for you. So I want you to take a look at the number of people who are in shelters right now in Florida. I also want you to appreciate the fact that we are managing a data-driven business, and that if you are interested in being part of the Red Cross, part of emergency management, part of disaster relief in your future, whether it's as a career or as a volunteer, then I would encourage you to learn as much as you can about GIS, that is Geospatial Information Systems, quantitative analytics, and statistics. And trust me, if that sounds boring, it's not. It is the key to understanding a world in a way that many people don't. It is a key to a different, more exciting, more powerful movie. So what we see here is over the last 10 days, 2 weeks or so in Florida, we've gone from having about 2,700 people in shelters to 1,500. And you'll notice here, it's not a constant decline. The numbers keep going up and down. Why is that happening? Well, one, it's good to know it's happening so we can ask ourselves the question, why? And the reason it's happening is because there's ongoing river flooding in Florida caused by Ian that's creating what's called a 500-year flood, a flood that statistically should only occur about once every 500 years. And rain and other effects are causing people to say, I can't stay in my damaged home. Many people went to stay with friends and family, or they got a hotel room and they ran out of money. Or friends and family said, hey, it's nice having you, but time for you to move on. And so they continue to present in shelters. So this morning, we had 1,538 people in shelters, and we had a growth of 135 more people. So if you want to think about these people for a second, first of all, I want to show you the face of the people we're talking about. The people we're talking about, I think this one may have it here. I'll scroll down here. This woman is standing in front of the debris. This is in a mobile home and trailer parks in Florida. I've been to these places, right? Just last week. No one's living in this house right now, although this guy tried to. And people are trying to remain in these badly damaged homes, and we're bringing them supplies to help them clean up. But ultimately, many folks can't stay in these homes. Even if we bring them food and supplies, they just can't stay in these homes. And so what they're doing is they're going to shelters. They are displaced people. And so this lady This lady is in a shelter in Hurricane Ian. She was living in a home with a roof before it struck, and she has medical issues. She has some pretty significant medical issues, but she's getting care from a Red Cross nurse, Red Cross shelter worker. But these folks who you're seeing in these images, they're displaced. If I said to you that in the past 10 years, nearly 10 million Americans, just in America, 10 million Americans have been displaced by climate-driven disasters. I don't think most people know that. That just in the United States in the last 10 years, 10 million Americans have been displaced by climate-driven disasters. And what we see is that when people like Bill Smith and Jenny Thornhill, who we're seeing here, when these people present to us in congregate shelters, they've lost everything. And their biggest challenges are housing, hunger, health, and transportation. So health, housing, and hunger, the triple H's. If I'm a caseworker in a Red Cross shelter, odds are those are the biggest challenges my clients are going to face. Finding affordable housing, dealing with chronic health issues, and many, many people in the United States, believe it or not, live with food insecurity every day. Health, housing, hunger. And so what climate change is driving us to do in the American Red Cross is change and adapt our mission to deal with bigger, more frequent disasters with less time to respond in between, and where the barriers that our clients are facing to recovery are health, housing, hunger, and transportation. And so we've looked at where are we finding the most vulnerable populations, those who are being exposed to food insecurity, poverty, chronic health challenges? Where do we find those populations and the intersection of big climate disasters? And what you're seeing on this map and in this chart is the data that we had from the past 7 years. And we've looked at where we had two of those really big disasters, at least two. Where do we see social vulnerability in the top quartile? Where have we had to provide financial assistance, because that's for us as a proxy for damaged homes? And we looked at that and we took out Hurricane Harvey because that was an outlier that would skew all the data. And we see where we are, right? We see where these vulnerable communities that are having a lot of disaster, climate-related disaster impact are. And so we're putting special teams in each of these communities over the next 5 years. Their job is to go in and find community partners who are dealing with these chronic issues of health, housing, and hunger every day and try to bring them to the disaster table. And our value proposition is this: we'll make investments in those health, hunger, and housing partners in the work they do every day in their chronic care mission space in their communities, so that they can strengthen their communities, help their communities become more resilient and more ready for disaster. And we're also investing in those partners so that when disaster strikes, and we know it will in these places, that when climate disaster strikes, that those partners are at the table faster and they can help us deal with our chronic challenge. Because one of the things I'd ask you to take away from this talk is that when you have 3 disasters on average a year in the 80s, you have an acute problem, not a chronic problem. You have an acute problem, something that happens occasionally, and you can kind of stand up an ad hoc organization to deal with it, but you don't need to be ready every day for $1 billion disaster in the 1980s. But in the 2020s, we have a chronic issue. Folks, we have moved from a world in which disasters were an acute problem in the United States to a place where they are a chronic problem in the United States. We are in the world of acute to chronic. And our strategy for coping with that, for coping in a world where you may be seeing $40 billion disasters a year in your lifetime, with little or no time in between, that we're moving into a world of acute to chronic, and we're partnering with other chronic care providers and saying, hey, we're on your team now too, and we need you to be on our team. We all need to be in the same movie, this movie of acute to chronic. I'll sort of pause here for questions in a minute. You all asked me at the beginning, how do you fundraise for these events? And the answer is, in the same way that I'm worried about not being able to have enough responders because people become fatigued and we have so many events, I'm also worried about donor fatigue, because the only way that we can respond is with resources, right? And so we need people to donate money in order for us to operate. I'm expecting that our response to Hurricane Ian is going to cost the Red Cross about $110 million. $110 million for the Red Cross to provide food, water, shelter, disaster health services, disaster mental health, disaster spiritual care, emergency supplies, reunification support, financial assistance, help residents transition out of shelters so they're not displaced anymore. That all of those services are going to cost about $110 million. Well, I look at the cost of Hurricane Fiona in Puerto Rico, and that's about a $70 million disaster. And I look at Mirbach, and that one's going to be in around $10 million. So all of a sudden, we've just talked about $200 million, and that's just 3 disasters this year. So our donors are getting a bit of disaster fatigue as well. And so truly being able to give those donors hard data so that they can persuade, especially our corporate donors and our foundation donors, right? We're in pure competition for a scarce resource called money. And so we've got to be able to persuade people of the value of the American Red Cross to the American public, and how the work that we do can transform people's lives and can prevent people like the folks you saw in the images I showed you, people who were on the edge because of other chronic issues related to poverty, health, hunger, housing, that we can be the difference in their lives between going over that edge and being pulled back from the brink. So it's through data, it's through presence being a mission, it's through ensuring our continued relevance that we pave the path to make sure that we're still going to be there 40 years from now as we were 140 years ago, that we're going to be there 40 years from now to do bigger disasters more often with greater need. So let me stop and take any questions you have.
That was so great, Brad. Thank you so much. Yes, folks, please feel free to unmute or to type your question in the chat. And we have a few that I've been messaged to. So as folks think about that, I'll send one your way. Oh, it looks like Andrea has one.
Yes, thank you so much, Hallie. And thank you so much, Brad, for this amazing presentation and taking the time out of your day to be with us. So for our youth that are on the call, listening to all of this staggering information, understanding how climate has impacted and affected the Red Cross, understanding, what the metrics and the numbers look like. I just wanted, and I know it's a lot for you to digest, but while we have Brad on with us this morning, maybe if some of you can come off mute and talk a little bit about how we're hearing this and getting that great illustration. What do you think you can do? How can you make a difference as a member of the American Red Cross right here, right now? What can you do to help mobilize your community? Don't be shy. Use your voices.
Alex.
Thank you. Can you hear me, first of
Yes,
all?
we can.
Okay, thank you so much for your great talk. I was just thinking that because you mentioned the importance of data so much and how data itself is useful both in like looking at trends in the past and looking and predicting the future and how we can improve some of the accessibility and services that we provide. Something that definitely can be done is like more research, specifically using new technology such as AI and like predicting where we might need to like place future shelters, or based on the path of these disasters such as the hurricane, how we can like direct resources in specific needed directions and or where they're needed the most. So that's something I think that's pretty interesting to look forward to.
Alex, you just made my day. You just made my day because you have convinced me that the message I was trying to deliver got through. And you are spot on in every single thing you just said. We in the last 5 years in particular, we have really looked to leverage existing technology and then to really look forward at future technologies. And AI is one of those, using the power of big data. But that has meant, really driving the Red Cross forward. And there's a couple components to it. I tell people all the time, this is my iPhone. That's my wife on my iPhone. But this is my iPhone. When Hurricane Katrina struck in 2005, this device didn't exist. The iPhone wasn't released until 2006. Now, why am I telling you that? I'm telling you that because this piece of technology, this piece of disruptive technology has changed emergency management. Because from this box, people can tell you what they need, when they need it, where they need it, either by calling from wherever they are, or by posting on social media, or by using an app. And suddenly, with the advent of the iPhone or the Android, but with the advent of this kind of mobile technology and the internet, suddenly the public is no longer a liability. They're now part of the response, right? Think about the power of the people you're trying to serve being able to tell you what they need, where they need it, when they need it, and then by using that data, right, using geospatial information systems and vehicles that have trackers in them, and being able to say, okay, we need to go to this neighborhood right now, and we don't have to plan it the night before. We can literally react on a dime. That means social media monitoring and the ability to have processes in place so that when somebody posts on Twitter and says there's no food in Iona and Fort Myers, that we're seeing that, and we can do social care and come back and say, we're dispatching a vehicle now, you'll have food in an hour. And the power of being able to understand where vulnerable populations are, because again, using big data and AI to help us understand trends, that is huge. So Alex, send me your resume, because you are exactly where we need to be. And I'm serious, like, send me your resume. Other responses to Andrea's question, which is really great. How can you help? What can you do? I hope you don't feel unempowered. I hope somebody feels like they can do something. Should I call on people? No. Oh, there's one. Vera, saving the day. Vera, go ahead.
Just like adding on to Alex, I think using social media to like encourage people to share information about disasters, and like all this data that we have is like numbers are super useful in helping people understand what these disasters are and like the frequency. And I think like making it known that like sharing on social media, like if there's a disaster, what you need is may actually go somewhere if you like just communicate.
You're absolutely right. It's one of the challenges we face with information these days, and the speed of information and the accessibility to information. And you all know this, right? I mean, not everything we see in social media is true. And you all probably have a much better sense of how that medium is manipulated, probably even better than I do. But this much is clear: we can use those platforms to help amplify the message and help people think about getting ready. And I got to tell you, in today's world, trying to cut through all of the noise and get people's attention around preparedness and readiness is really hard. I mean, even a disaster like Ian, it kind of stays in the news for a week, and after that it fades away and we're off to the, next big thing. You can look at the New York Times online any day, and you can tell very rapidly whether or not climate or disaster has managed to peek through, what's going on in the Ukraine, or what's going on in Mar-a-Lago, or the latest trial in the United States. And we tend to be, as a people, we tend to be a bit short-sighted, and folks don't always understand what we're facing, and more importantly, what they can do about it. So, I would encourage you, whatever you can do to help amplify the message of what we're going to face, but not only what we're going to face, but what you can do about it. And a couple things you can do about it, and then I'll wrap up. You can volunteer. You can get others to volunteer. And it doesn't matter whether you're volunteering to install a smoke alarm or to go on a home fire or to deploy to a disaster for 2 weeks. All of that contributes to the ability for us to be able to respond and to help alleviate human suffering, right? And there's going to be no end to that suffering. So there's going to be no end to the need that we have for volunteers. You can give blood and plasma, and you can encourage others to do the same. You can donate money and you can encourage others to do the same. And you can share information that influences others to volunteer and donate blood and donate money and even just be personally ready, right? I mean, if everyone was able to be personally ready for disaster, we would really be able to focus on the most vulnerable populations, people who may not be able to get as ready as we would all like them to be because they can't afford it or they can't focus on it. But again, those are some of the things that you can do. And I gave you some really sobering statistics and shared some really sobering stories with you, not because I want you to feel disempowered, but quite the opposite. I want you to have a sense of urgency. And it's not just about what's coming, because it's already here. We're already there. There's already more disasters happening more frequently than we ever expected at this point. What we're going through right now, I had predicted for 2030. I mean, literally, when I became a part of the Red Cross 6 years ago and I did my initial analysis of the threat, I thought we'd be about 20 to 22 big disasters a year in 2030. We're here a decade sooner. It's happening much faster than anybody thought. But there are things we can do. The world's not ending. It's just changing. The movie's different, but we still have the power to change that. And certainly we have the power to make it better for people who are being displaced by disasters, people whose homes are destroyed, their lives are destroyed, but they're still alive. And each one of us has the power to put that person in a different, better movie. That's what we have the power to do. And you can do it just by showing up. Presence is a mission. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Brad. That was really excellent.
Thanks, Haley.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I hope you guys have a great rest of the conference, and I'll see you. I'm sure I'll see you all out there. Thank you for joining this morning.
Thank you,
Bye, guys.
Brad.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Great. What an excellent presentation. Wow, that was really, really incredible. We are going to switch over to our preparedness speakers in just a moment. So we'll do, how about a 2 or 3 minute break just to kind of decompress, think about all that crazy relevant information. I was like amazed by what Brad shared. So just take a few minutes and we'll kick off again around 12:04, 12:05, and we'll talk about preparedness and learn about how we can get involved with preparedness. Thanks so much, everybody. So we'll get started again in just a second. I had to share some great photos of you all. Hopefully you recognize some folks. We have YEB in the bottom left, our Youth Executive Board. We have some events that have gone on. And I want to mention, while we are getting ready for our preparedness team to jump on, in the top middle picture, that is Brooklyn Tech visiting our office. And if you have any interest in visiting our office, they visited our Manhattan office. But if you have any interest in visiting us in our Metro New York North area, in Long Island, just let me know. Send me an email. We would love to have you, show you around. We can do it with your whole club, whatever you want. Just let me know. Be great. Okay, fabulous. So I am going to pass it over to our preparedness team. We have two of our preparedness members with us today. Is it jumping back and forth? I think my computer is acting a little odd. That's okay. We're gonna share the screens with them anyway. Yeah, I decided it's gonna dance around today. So we're gonna switch it over to our preparedness team. We have Berkeley with us and Alex, who are members of our preparedness team, and they've got some great information to share about getting involved as an independent volunteer, as a club volunteer. There's a lot of really cool stuff, particularly as it relates to climate as well. So I'm going to pass it over to Berkeley. I'll stop sharing my screen, and thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Berkeley, and like it was said, I am from the preparedness department with the Red Cross Greater New York. I also have Alex Poku here with me. He is joining from his phone, and we are so lucky to have him with us because I have learned more from him in the last 2 years volunteering with the Red Cross than ever in my entire life. So if you have any questions, oh, there he is. If you have any questions or want to know anything at the end of all of this or during it, please type it in the chat. Let us know. He's one of the most knowledgeable people I know. So use him as a resource. I'm going to say hi, Alex.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I apologize. I was trying to get a computer set up. I made it to the office from another event, so I apologize for the delay, but I'm very, very happy to be with Berkeley. And yes, we're hoping that you guys will give us lots and lots of questions because we want to answer as many as we can. Thanks, Berkeley.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to start us off. We have a little PowerPoint presentation, so I'm going to attempt to share it with you guys. If it's working, let me know.
Yep, we see it. Looks great.
Okay, amazing. I'm going to try and... Okay, is this still good?
It's good.
Amazing.
That's
So
great.
this presentation is called Be Red Cross Ready, and with the preparedness department, this is kind of a nice, short and sweet way to educate the community on how to be prepared. So that's what we do with the preparedness department. That's one thing that we do. We do these presentations virtually. We also go in person, and we teach children, adults, everyone, you can name it, all sorts of different community members about preparedness, how to be prepared for different emergencies, different disasters. We've done long distance presentations. I've talked about wildfires to different people in California, but in the New York region, we talk a lot about hurricanes, and we're going to talk about that today. Alex is going to go through that through this presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about home fires because that affects everyone everywhere, and is something that you can take real steps to be prepared. And you probably know some of those steps, but some of them you may not. And also, one thing I heard Brad talking about it before I came on, to volunteer and do that to, become a member of the community and put yourself forward and help. One way that you can help is just by spreading this information that you learned today, learning it, taking it all in, really using it and taking the steps to become prepared yourself, and then use yourself as an example to your family members, your friends, and other members of the community, and educate others, because a lot of this stuff is pretty easy, but most people don't know it. A lot of people don't know it. You'd be surprised the amount of adults that we educate that don't know how quickly you need to get out of your home during a fire or to go upstairs or downstairs during a hurricane. It's really amazing. So It's not something that's just given for granted. So take this information, use it, and share it. Okay, I'm hoping that you're able to hear this video. Let me know, thumbs up or thumbs down if you can. Hear it?
Yeah,
I'm not
it's not,
hearing. No.
it's not coming through, Berkeley. Before
Let me
you
see.
share, if you want to stop sharing and then
Yeah.
and then start that process again, you
No.
should see a spot that
Yeah.
says include computer audio. As you hit the share button again, you'll see it should say include computer audio right on the very top.
Sorry, Alex, do you have anything that you want to share while I'm doing this?
No worries. So as Berkeley is trying to get this started, one of the things that we are going to do is we're going to share a couple of videos with you. And we want to get right to the point, obviously. When it comes to emergencies, sometimes we take for granted and assume that in an emergency, we're always going to do the right thing. So the first video that Berkeley is going to show you is just going to talk about that. What would you do? And that's what we want to kind of get you thinking about. And as you're watching this video, we want you to think about that question. What would you do? What would it be like for you in your situation? Right, Berks?
How prepared are you? From fast-moving wildfires to slow-moving hurricanes, crippling winter weather to dangerous heat waves. From powerful tornadoes to devastating earthquakes, record flooding, destructive home fires, and many more unexpected hazards. Hazards are inevitable, but with the right kind of preparation, you can lessen their impact and make a difference. How prepared are you to protect what matters most? Most people say they're not prepared, but that they want to be. And others have started to prepare, but don't know what steps to take next. That's why we created the Be Red Cross Ready program. We'll provide the instruction, information, and experiences you need to be prepared to protect what you care about most. Gain knowledge and skills from Be Red Cross Ready preparedness experts in real time. We'll show you what hazards affect your community and tell you what you can do before, during, and after a disaster occurs so that you are ready to take action. And we'll practice ways to stay safe. Just by being here, you've taken the first step, because when you're prepared, you can protect what's most important to you. Prepare so you can protect yourself, your family, your community. Be Red Cross ready. Prepare so you can protect.
Okay. Again, just a little overview. So now we're going to begin just with a little bit more detail on what to do. And if you have any questions, please put it in the chat. Please let us know. You can ask anything. No question is little, no question is dumb. So please ask. Before I came on, like I said, I was listening to Brad, and he was talking about disasters and the number of disasters that have occurred over the last few years and how that number is growing with climate change and with global warming. So just this year, as of this year up to October 11th, there's already been 15 weather and climate events that have had losses exceeding over $1 billion each, just in the United States. There's been droughts, wildfires, severe storms, and you probably know about those. It's happening more and more often. It's something that we really need to become prepared for. My family was actually affected by the hurricane down in Florida a few weeks ago. My family's home is over 3 miles away from the coastline, and their home was flooded. And that would have only happened with a Category 5 hurricane during high tide. But that's what we're dealing with now. Things are getting more and more severe. So it's more important now than ever to know this information, share it with others, no matter where you are, and be familiar with different types of disasters. So There's natural disasters that we were talking about. There's also man-made disasters. We're not going to go into those in detail today, and then technological disasters as well. And a lot of those can affect any community anywhere. It's important to know where you are and what can affect you. So like we said, we often present to communities in the greater New York region. So we talk about hurricanes and we talk about home fires. But like I said, when we were doing a presentation in California for folks in California, I talked about wildfires. So there are different places that can be affected by different things. And it's important to know what can affect you wherever you live. So in your state, in your region of the United States, in your specific community, and in your specific home, wherever you live. So knowing how to communicate, to get information, and then also give information that is valuable, knowing how to be able to communicate your status and what you need. And then, like I said, knowing your home, and that includes the people in your home, other people that you share space with, and knowing their challenges and knowing their accessibility needs, and being able to make a plan that is not just a general plan. I couldn't make your plan for you, each of you individually, because I don't know your exact location of where you live and who you live with. So knowing exactly what's going to affect you specifically, and then being able to make a very specific plan for you. We also put, just basic first aid and CPR. I always like to plug the Red Cross app, because I have it on my phone, and I know that I'm not going to remember everything about first aid training. I just know that I'm not. But the Red Cross app has first aid on there. So if you can literally click like, I have a burn, and it tells you what to do. So you can know to not put ice on a burn, but just run it under cool water, and the difference between like a sprain and a break, and how to treat those very differently, because treating one for the other could be really ineffective and actually costly at the end. And then CPR, just general CPR. We actually teach hands-only CPR in a really short 30-minute class. And it's so easy, and it can save a life. You've probably heard of people just like learning CPR from Office episodes and like saving a life on the side of the road because they watched an episode of The Office. It really is that easy. So just being familiar with things like that. You don't need to be an expert on everything, but having a little bit of familiarity with everything. So again, making a plan and knowing what's going to affect you specifically. So like knowing my family was not in Florida during the hurricane, thank goodness, because they evacuated. They got information from their local authorities and knew where to go. Including a plan is going to include details. So like I said, you're not going to need to be an expert about everything, but you do need to be detailed in what you are going to do, where you are going to go, who you are going to be in contact with. So knowing where you're going to go if you evacuate, having a meeting place like during a home fire. You hear that when you're a child, like we're going to go meet down the street, or having 2 different meeting places. So really talking through it with whoever you live with or whoever you are with, and coming up with a very detailed plan so everyone is not confused, everyone knows exactly what they're doing, and you can move forward from there. And then another really important thing is practicing your plan, whatever it is. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in home fires, but you can, like, a lot of people, I know I did this, is like, I'm going to be prepared for home fires. I know like how to get out of every room. If you don't actually practice it, you won't know which windows aren't going to open. You don't know if there's going to be a screen that isn't going to be able to get out of place in a quick pinch. You don't know if everyone's actually going to know which tree you're talking about when you evacuate. So practicing it so things aren't lost in translation. And that's especially important with like if you have kids in your family or somebody else that just needs to practice it. And then just one other thing is communication after any sort of disaster. So we often talk about when we have, go bags, which we'll talk about in a second, and having things with us that are ready to go for an emergency, digitizing things. And I know that, in our day and age with the younger generation, a lot is already digital, but having important things like your birth certificate, which I didn't have digitized for a long time because that's not super important to me on an everyday basis, but things like your birth certificate, having prescriptions digitized, having extra prescriptions ready to go in case of emergency. And then I don't really know that many phone numbers off the top of my head anymore. I used to when I was little and I'd have to dial it, but now I just have my phone and everything's in there. having important phone numbers written down somewhere and maybe laminated, so that if you have to use a payphone, I don't know where those are anymore, but they exist. If you have to use somebody else's phone in a disaster, if you have to leave your phone behind, or your phone gets lost, or it's broken, or it dies, having phone numbers that are with you so you can reach whoever you need to reach. And having all of those digitized things, maybe on a little flash drive in a Ziploc baggie. I know I have that in my pillowcase that's ready to go for an emergency. And there's like fireboxes and fireproof safes and all of that during fires, but those have been shown to not be super effective. So I would say anything that you want to have with you, digitize and have ready to go. And the one other thing is an out of area contact. We often hear about having, somebody that you're able to contact in case of emergency. And one thing that we often talk about is having somebody out of your local area, because local phone lines after a disaster are often really bogged up and you can't get through. So having somebody, they say like maybe 100 miles away, that's like a general thing. It doesn't have to be over 100. You get the idea. Somebody that is out of your local area that you can be in communication with. So you can think geographically, somebody that's further away, somebody that won't be impacted by an earthquake if you are on one side of the coast that may like travel up, or a hurricane that travels up the coast. Having somebody that won't be directly affected by that same disaster. You can also think somebody that's reliable. You don't want to choose an out-of-state contact that's not going to pick up the phone, or that's going to freak out in case of emergency. So maybe temperament, reliability, because this person is they're going to be the known point of contact for your community. So your family, like if you have a brother or sister on the opposite coast, your parents, your cousins, everyone's going to know that is your point of contact. And that person is going to have to be the central hub for information on you, saying if you're safe, saying all of that. And just the other thing is a text goes a long way too. So if you're able to send a text message saying that you're okay, or if whatever you need, that's a great thing too. Okay, I think that's all on that. So we talked about making a plan. These aren't in any particular order, by the way. This is just 3 things that you can do to be a little bit more prepared. So make a plan and then be informed. And those kind of go hand in hand. You have to be informed to make a good plan. But after you make a plan, it's also important to stay informed. So knowing how that you're going to get information. One big thing is understanding emergency alerts. And I remember the first time I watched Alex do a presentation, he was talking about the TV alerts that like go off and they say, this is a drill. And I always change the channel. Always. I used to. And I remember Alex being like, don't turn it off. Don't change the channel. Listen to it. It's somebody trying to get information to you. And it may just be a test, but it's important to know whether or not it's a test, and to know what that test is going to tell you if it isn't a test. So also looking at wireless emergency alerts on your phone and not just like dismissing that notification. I mean, we all hear the beeps go off when there's an Amber Alert, not just like disregarding that, but really listening to them and knowing what they mean. And then following any instructions that you're given. One thing I'll say is like, it's really easy to know your community. Alex talks about how when I'm just bragging about how smart Alex is and how much I've learned from him. But I remember him talking about how when he moved into the home where he's living now, he went down and talked to the local firemen, talked to the local police, just to find out what things affect his community specifically. You can also follow your local Red Cross, follow your local police station, your local fire department on Facebook. They're going to put out alerts and let you know what's going on. I learned about the hurricane in Florida long before anyone around me did. And I'm not in Florida right now, but I got an email from the Red Cross and I got notifications from the Red Cross. So subscribing to pages that may help you and give you information that's going to affect you. And then finally, get a kit. So we're informed, we have a plan. And then one last thing is just to get a kit. And this is where you said most people want to be prepared, but they don't know how to. So I have a little bag with me at all times. I'm like traveling around the country right now, but I make sure that I have this bag with me at all times. And that's my go bag. You also should have household supplies with you in case something happens that you need to shelter in place. So we're going to talk about carbon monoxide detectors, making sure that those work, making sure generators work, and making sure that they work safely and that they're not going to do any more damage, making sure that they're far enough away from your house to not affect the home. And Alex can talk more about that, and he's more knowledgeable on that. But 10 to 14 days of everyday items. So having enough water to last, having enough food, and making sure that they're not perishable items that you just have in your home just all the time. No, like they're canned items that you have at home just in case you go 2 weeks without being able to leave your home. And if you have any more questions on that, let us know. But most people have flashlights by their beds and things like that, just in case you lose power, having, charging devices ready to go at any time. And I also have some of those more portable items in my go bag. So I have a few Cliff Bars in my go bag. I have a water bottle in my go bag, but I don't have like cans of food in my go bag because I want to be able to carry it and move it around quickly. And having it next to you. That doesn't mean by the front door, because if there's a fire and I need to exit through my bedroom door instead of the front door, then I don't have my go bag. So having it in a place with you at all times so that it's easily accessible and ready to go with you, and you don't have to, you wouldn't go out of your way to go get it on your way out. So like I said, water, food, extra blankets. They have those blankets that come in a little package, a first aid kit, any extra medicines, if you can just get some extra medicines for prescriptions. And I remember hearing, you should go through your go bag when you switch the time, like when the time changes. So like twice a year, you should go through, make sure your prescriptions aren't out of date, make sure you still have batteries that work, maybe putting the batteries in a little Ziploc bag, putting that flash drive in a Ziploc bag and putting that in there, or any laminated materials that are really helpful that you want to have with you, any identification cards or anything like that. And if you have any questions, let us know. But it should also, like I said, your plan should be individualized to you. So should your kit. So I'm not going to have the same things in my go bag as Alex does, because different things are important to me. We're going to have some essentials that are going to match up, but I know that I'll need an extra pair of socks, and I'll need and I like this food, and I know that this is going to help calm me down in the moment. I have a whistle with me, like a dog whistle, just in case I need help and I'm stuck somewhere and I don't want to scream. So thinking about everything and then putting in there what you think is going to be important to you, including, like I said, to continue to be informed. I have a radio in there. And that is a hand crank radio. So in case I lose power, kind of just have to think through every situation that might happen, and then think about what's most important. Not everything, because you can't carry everything with you, but what is most important to you. Like I said, customize your kit to you. And also, if you have a pet and you want to put anything in there for your pet, or have a different go bag for your pet, that's up to you, and that would be helpful as well. Okay, so I'm going to stop for a second and just see if anyone has any questions or anything, or if Alex has anything to add before we go into more specific disasters. Alex, do you have anything?
Well, Berkeley, I'm listening, and luckily I was able to get the computer working. So I hope it's a little bit better, and I hope you can hear me well. No, I think you're giving great information, and most of you guys listening, I know that Hallie had put in here to give a thumbs up if you have important documents digitized, and we can't stress this enough. You won't believe how many times when people will run back into an emergency or run back into a place of danger, thinking that they're going to go and retrieve something. And most of the time it's either, if it's a grown-up, it's typically a document, a passport, or something that is a picture of something. And they don't realize that even if you have a picture of like an ancestor, a great-great-great-grandpa or somebody, and people are like, oh my God, it's the only picture I have in existence, and they're gonna go and grab it. Just teach them. For most of you guys, you probably don't have a lot of actual pictures sitting someplace because everything's on your phone or it's in the cloud somewhere. But you can teach an adult that. You can teach them that, hey, take a picture of that picture that you cherish so much, so that it is a digital version of it in your phone. So when Berkeley's talking about a lot of these things, we don't want you to think that doesn't apply to us because, hey, we're young, whatever. But some of the things that you do, just think about all the things that you teach adults in your life right now. You know, I rely on Berkeley. I rely on not just Berkeley, but a lot of other people. When I get stuck, and I'm not that old, but when I get stuck on certain things, I'm like always like, all right, I'm not sure exactly where to go or how to do this. And I'm always reaching out, and it's always somebody a lot younger than me. It's very rarely that I find somebody who is my age or older who knows a lot about computers. So, you know, I just wanted to point that out as Hallie put out. We want you to think about this not in terms of, you know, this really doesn't have anything to do with me, because believe it or not, it does. It does have a lot to do with you. When a disaster strikes, it does not just strike on certain people. It hits everybody, right? From Parkland, the shooting in Parkland, to even as recently as this hurricane that Berkeley mentioned. We want you to think about it. The people that are affected, it's families, it's communities, it's an entire state plus other states, you know. So please keep that in mind as we go ahead and think about the questions that you want to ask. Yes, Hallie.
This made me think of, oops, I think there's a little bit of an echo. This made me think of something my sister did for the holidays the other year. And maybe if you guys are celebrating anything, a birthday or a holiday coming up, she digitized all of my mom's recipes. So that might not be something that's critical, you know, it's not a birth certificate or medical information, but if you're trying to do two birds, one stone, digitizing some documents and getting a gift together, that's a great one. Digitize some of your family recipes, because those are really, really great documents to keep around.
Yeah, I love that. That's great. And that also brings up to me the point of you don't only have to digitize things that are going to be essential in the moment, like a birth certificate or a passport or something like that. We often talk about preparedness of like your physical body, your physical home, but like one thing Alex and I are both very cognizant of is mental health and having things with you that are important to you. When we teach the pillowcase project to children and we're talking about their pillowcase that they're going to take with them, that is like their go bag, we say to put something in there that will help you cope. And I don't think that's just for kids, like young kids. That's for anyone. That can be for any age. Put something in there in your go bag that, if it is just like a physical picture of something or a book or a note that someone wrote you, put it in a Ziploc bag and bring it with you. Have something with you to calm you down, to help you just find peace in the moment. And it's not just about your physical health. Your mental health is also really important here. And that's something that we want to stress more and bring up a little bit more. And digitizing all of that just made me think of it. And then one other thing was Alex talked about, you know, the shooting, and we don't talk about any of that here, but it relates to preparedness. All of it ties together because you want to be informed and you want to be aware. So it's home fires, hurricanes, shootings, anything like that. The biggest thing I can stress to anyone that wants to be more prepared is to just be aware. Be aware of where you live. Be aware of where you habitate often, wherever you go. If you go to the same grocery store every week, knowing the exits, knowing where things are, knowing different aisles, knowing different places you could go in case of an emergency, knowing, you know, what the emergency protocols are. If you have like a grandparent in assisted living or something like that, knowing places that you go often, knowing what to do if you are there or if loved ones are there. That's my biggest thing, awareness. If you take anything away from this today, is just to be aware and to just soak as much up as you can. You don't have to remember it all. Like I said, there's the Red Cross app. There's also the Red Cross website that has almost everything that we're saying on it. So if you want to learn more, like go learn. We're in a day and age where you can Google anything and look up anything. But we're just here to help facilitate that information a little bit. Okay, so there are no questions. I'm going to move on and I'm going to talk just a little bit more and then I'll turn it over to Alex because I know that my voice is probably getting draining by now. I'm going to include sound this time and we are going to talk about home fires. Okay. This is another video, another quick video, and I'm just going to play it for you. No sound. I tried, you guys. Include computer sound.
Because I did. It can happen to you. Don't ever think it can't, because I did.
No or yes?
Okay.
Yep.
It'll happen
Thank you.
within the matter of 2 minutes.
I heard the smoke detector in the dining room go off. And I'm like, what's going on?
And then I just decided to go check. And I see the flame coming up out of the table and up onto the ceiling and the wall and the bed and the TV, and everything was covered in flames. Started jumping up and down screaming, help, help, help me, fire, fire.
Their dad came through the back door and went straight up the steps. And when he got upstairs, he started screaming, flames, flames, flames everywhere. Call 911. And I hollered at him and told him that Cheyenne was in her room above the room. And he's like, oh my God.
I ended up putting my hands over my head and sitting on the floor. And that's when my eyes opened real wide, like, is this it? Am I gonna die? And then my dad comes upstairs and moves the divider curtain and throws it over the fire so I can run what's left of the steps and run down past the fire and get out of the house in time.
When I looked up at the window, I saw smoke coming out of the air conditioner, and the first thing come to my mind is, everything I've had worked hard for is gone. And I turned around and looked at her, and I'm like, she's still here. It could have been worse, a lot worse.
Not even 2 weeks before, the smoke alarm that woke them up and got them out was installed by the Red Cross.
Okay. Nope. Okay, so like you saw in that video, their smoke alarm saved their life. 60% of home fires occur and are destructive because smoke alarms don't work or the home doesn't have them. So that's like the number one thing that you can do to be prepared for a home fire is to have a smoke alarm, make sure that they work, know where they are, and make sure that they're consistently working. So you want to make sure that you have one on every floor of your living area and outside any sleeping area. That's because a great percentage of home fires that are fatal happen in the middle of the night. So you want to make sure that you're able to be awakened by your smoke alarm. And, there are different things if you're hard of hearing, or if you know anyone that's hard of hearing, or maybe you take sleeping pills or something, or you put headphones in or anything like that. If you're worried that you're not going to wake up with your smoke alarm, look into other options. There are strobe lights that can flash when the smoke alarm goes off. There are also like vibrating things you can put in your bed to wake you up if there's a fire. So there are options. There's not really an excuse to not have a smoke alarm that will wake you up and that will get you out. Like I said, you want to make sure that they're working. I don't know if anyone really does this or if a large percentage of people do it, but testing them every month and replacing them when they do expire and not to disable them, not to take them off the wall. I have been guilty of this when I'm cooking. I'm not a great cook, so they always go off if I'm trying to cook. So like in my New York apartment, I used to take it off of the ceiling and a lot of people forget to put them back up. So not disabling them, knowing how to like maybe put it on silent if you're cooking instead of me saying be a better cook, because I know that I can't do that. So having a smoke alarm and like the woman said in that video, the Red Cross goes out and puts in smart fire alarms into homes for free. The home fire campaign is huge. I don't know if Alex, do you want to talk a little bit more about that? while we're here? Do you want to talk about what the Red Cross does?
Yes, absolutely. And Berkeley's right. One of the things that people often don't really check, and they should, is they see the smoke alarm and they automatically assume it works. So that's it. Hey, there's one there, so that's great. Definitely check them. Most of you guys, I know this is the youth summit, so whether you're going to go to college or you're already in college, you're in a dorm, don't assume that these things are working. Definitely check them. I do check the smoke alarms every month in the beginning of the month, just as a test. And it's a great way for a parent like me with kids, especially little kids, to get to actually see that's something we plan for. They get to learn it. So it's a good thing for us to always talk about that. And Red Cross does go around. We do install smoke alarms into people's homes for free. We will not give you a smoke alarm for you to install it, but we will come into your home, install it, give you a quick education about smoke alarms and the fire safety, and then just leave. No obligations. It doesn't matter what your status is as a immigrant or documented, whatever it is. We do this because it's about the public safety and the community safety and your safety. So we want to make sure that everybody knows that. So if you tell somebody about Red Cross, it's not just Greater New York, it's nationwide. So if you have relatives that live in Alaska, tell them about it. There is somebody in Alaska and for Red Cross that will go and install smoke alarms into people's homes. So just spread the word. It's something we call a sound the alarm, obviously. So we want to tell people about it and encourage people to get it. And you can call your local chapter and set up an appointment. It's that simple. And people will come to your home and install it.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. And I know that you're going to have Joe come talk to you about it after this, so that's even better. Okay, I'm going to keep going with home fires and wrap that up. Can you see my screen? No, I'm going to do it again. No. Okay, so we talked about smoke alarms, and that's the number one thing you can do. There are a lot of different causes for home fires. Cooking is the number one. It's just number one. So causes 46% of home fires, 19% of home fire deaths. Also, like faulty electrical outlets or wiring, or faulty electrics in your home causes 25% of home fires. And smoking in the home causes 5% of home fires and 22% of home fire deaths. So if you know anyone that smokes, being smart about that. Checking your electrical outlets, checking any electrics that you have in your home, and making sure that sockets aren't overloaded. Things are spaced apart. And then if you're cooking, watching your cooking while you're cooking. It can be so tempted to leave things and go do something else, but just don't do it. And then if, God forbid, a fire were to happen because of your cooking, not to throw water on that fire. That will only make it worse. So having the knowledge that, if you have a small fire that's happening and you have something there that can help you, otherwise just getting out and not trying to put it out yourself. We have a lot of kids when we do these presentations being like, but I can just throw a water bottle on it. You don't know if that's going to make it worse. So just not doing that. And then just a few tips for home fire escapes, for getting out. You want to make sure that you have 2 ways to get out of every room in your home, a window or a door or multiple ways. You want to make sure that you can have 2 ways out of every room, because when the smoke alarm goes off, you have less than 2 minutes to get out safely. So the magic number is 2. You have 2 minutes to get outside. So you want to have 2 ways out of every room, and you want to practice escaping from your home or wherever you live 2 times a year. So like I said, practice is important, because I could say, I'm going to try and get out the window in my bedroom if it's on the first floor. And then comes the day, there's a screen on it that I can't get open, or I don't know how to get open. There's some sort of lock on it that I can't get open because I don't know how to open it. So practicing it, knowing that you can get out the ways that you have planned effectively and quickly. Also, I've heard it recommended to try and get out in your escape route with your eyes closed, because a lot of the times there's a lot of smoke. and you won't be able to see where you're going. So if you take visual clues to get out, try and close your eyes. Also, sleeping with your bedroom door closed is a huge fire tip. And like I said, 2 minutes to get out. So if you are in a closed room, this is just something that we like to detail. Let's say I'm in my bedroom and the smoke alarm goes off and the bedroom door is closed, not just to open that door. You probably know this, not to just open the door and run, but to feel the door with the back of your hand, see if it's hot. If it isn't hot, opening it and then going. If it is hot, not to go that way, not opening it. And then just calling 911. From that, signaling for help. If you're in an apartment building and up on like the 26th floor and you're not able to get out the window, what we tell people to do is to not open the window, because you don't want to open the window. You don't want to open the doors and let air in, because that's just going to make the fire grow so much faster with oxygen. So you just find something brightly colored, like this Red Cross shirt or my pillow, or my bed sheet, my white bed sheet, or something just really bright, to put it outside the window. You can open the window, stick it in and close it. And even if you can't open the window, to just like be there with it, because when the fire department comes, the first thing they're going to do is look at all the windows for signs of distress. So they will see that sheet or whatever you have, that bright colored thing, and they will see that as an SOS, and they will know which room to come to. So like I said, have escape routes in mind, knowing where you're going, having a meeting place outside of your home, directly outside of your home, and then having one further away, like down the street or something, in case that exit spot is also overtaken with some sort of fire or some sort of disaster of its own. So having different meeting places, describing them in detail to whoever you are with, and making sure that escape routes are not cluttered with things. Like I said, test it out and practice. And then we want to have a safe meeting place, a safe distance away, multiple meeting places that is detailed to your family and friends, and then calling 911 once safe. Thinking about accessibility here too. So that's why practicing is important, to know if kids and other family members can get out in the way that you have said. This says practice with pets. And one thing that is very important that we try and tell everyone is, like, most of the time in a home fire, your pets are going to be able to detect that something is wrong, and they are going to get out. So as hard as it is to hear, not to go back inside for your pet. This is something that we have to stress to kids, but also it's something that a lot of adults don't know, to not go back inside for anything. Alex touched on this earlier, but in case of a home fire, the best thing that you can do is be outside with the fire department that has been contacted and detailing where you last saw whoever is still inside. So if you have your sister is still inside or your mother is still inside, not to go back in yourself to try and get them, because you're only putting yourself in danger. And if it's only the two of you at home and you're the one that goes back in, now when the fire department shows up, they have no clue where anyone is. So not being the person to go back in without any gear or without a helmet or without any sort of fireproof clothing, you will just put yourself in danger. So the way that you can save that person's life is by being outside and saying, I last saw my mother in the kitchen, and they will know what floor that's on. They'll know where it is in the house, and then they can effectively and more efficiently go in and get that person. Okay. I'm finished with my home fires. So I'm going to turn it over to Alex now. If anyone has any questions, put them in the chat. We'll get to it. But Alex, the floor is yours.
All right. Thanks a lot, Berkeley. And Berkeley is right. She's talking at length about a lot of this stuff. And I hope that you really take that message to heart, because it is really important. Fires can be devastating. Earlier on this year in January, we had a fire in the Bronx that claimed the lives of 17 people, including young people. And from that fire, the 17 people that lost their lives, unfortunately, not a single person died from a fire. They died from smoke. So I want you to think about that. One of the things that Berkeley mentioned is knowing where you are, knowing your environment, and knowing the building you live in. So it's very important that if you live above a certain type of building, if most buildings that are above 8 floors in New York City are fireproof buildings, and the buildings that are 8 floors or less are typically not fireproof buildings. These buildings, you will most of the time see fire escapes on them. So know the type of building you live in, so that if you live in a fireproof or fire, buildings that can withstand fires better, We don't want to say fireproof because yes, anything can burn, but they are designed to stop the fire from spreading, all by closing a door and making sure you do not make an exit into the hallway, which you can put yourself in danger. So from smoke inhalation. So definitely a good idea to know where you are at all times. So one of the things that you did see was hurricanes. So we're going to talk about hurricanes. There was a video, but I asked Berkeley not to show that video just for sake of time. And I'm hoping that we can get you guys, encourage you to ask us some questions. Or maybe Hallie, you can lead them off with a couple of questions. But as we know, hurricane season is still in effect. As a matter of fact, October 29th is coming up. It's going to be Hurricane Sandy's anniversary for us. Hurricane Maria and Hurricane Ian happen on an anniversary date. So, we want you to know that these things, it's still time. June 1st is hurricane season when we typically say it begins, and it doesn't end until towards the end of November. And unfortunately, with climate changing a little bit, the warmer seasons are extending. So we don't know if it's going to go past November. We know that it's starting a little earlier than June, so we don't know if it's going to go past November. So we want you to be aware. Hurricanes are extremely dangerous. They bring a lot of water. So when people are talking about storm surges and stuff like that, please be aware of it. A storm surge is basically a flood coming to places that typically do not have water. And hurricanes tracked out of satellite, so they can be huge. If you saw any pictures of Hurricane Ian, the sheer size of it engulfed the entire state of Florida. And as we know, in the past few years, just to let you know, since 2013, we have had more hurricane category 4s than we had in the previous 30 years. So think about that. Our weather definitely is changing. It's affecting us more and more. So a category 4 or 5 is close to 200 mile per hour winds. And that is an extremely dangerous situation. As much as we prepared for, or as much as people prepared for Hurricane Ian, a lot of people lost their lives, right? So we want to remind people, these things are dangerous, and it's unfortunate when we keep thinking, oh, it's a hurricane, it's just going to be a storm, maybe possibly a rain and windstorm, but we don't equate how dangerous it is or how much it could possibly change our lives for a long time. So we want people to take it seriously. 74 mile per hour is the beginning of hurricane. Emergency personnel are not coming to your rescue at 35 miles per hour. So think about that. You might be on your own well before it becomes a hurricane. So we want you to take those things seriously and be mindful that you need to be on higher ground. So that's one of the things we want to talk about there. There are hurricane watches and hurricane warnings. A hurricane watch is about 2 days away. A hurricane warning, it's definitely going to happen. You're less than 2 days away from receiving it. Be aware of it. It has two fronts and a calm side, right? So it could calm down, or if you're on the outer edges of a hurricane, you will have it the entire time. So we want you to remember, if it's passing directly over you, you'll have the beginning of the hurricane, then you'll have a calm period, which is the I period, and then it'll get into the back end of it. So we want people to definitely remember those things about hurricanes. Hurricane watch, hurricane warning. Keep things that can easily be picked up by the wind and thrown around grounded, right? Or away somewhere so that it does not affect you. So that's one of the things we want to definitely remind people about. And also too, listen to the warnings. If they're telling people to evacuate, if you think you're in a low-lying area, please evacuate, right? Do not try to ride out a storm. Like I said, they are stronger and stronger. And if you think that if it's even a hurricane category 1, that's not deadly, it can be very deadly. Hurricane Sandy for us was not a category 1 storm. It was a tropical storm when it hit us, right? And we are still recovering from Hurricane Sandy. So please keep that in mind. Right. So at this point, I know we're getting close to our time. If anybody does have questions, Hallie, maybe we can start with you. If you have questions, we'd love to hear anything that anybody has.
Thank you so much, Berkeley and Alex. That was great. It sounds like there's a little bit, yeah, perfect. Thank you, Alex. Well, I would love to hear questions from you all. I know this was some really great information. So one thing I thought would be excellent if everybody could type in the chat or unmute yourself. What's one takeaway you're taking from this presentation? Because I know I had a bunch of them. And while we're doing that, if you can think of some questions as well, that would be great. My takeaway, which is something I didn't know until very recently, was the importance of the closed door when there's a fire. It's so critical, and I didn't know about it. It looks like we have someone who raised their hand. Thank you so much. Cyrus, if you want to go.
Yeah, I think my biggest takeaway is I definitely have to digitize my documents, because basically everything, my like social security number, passports, everything's on paper. So I think it's probably important to start doing that.
Absolutely. Madison commented, the emotional items are just as important as taking the survival items when packing a go bag. Absolutely. Yeah, that was new to me as well.
Yeah, just to quickly touch upon that, the trauma that occurs when anything like this is happening is something that we often just kind of brush aside, right? We're like, oh my God, something terrible is happening. And we don't realize that whether we're losing property or loved ones or things that are extremely dear to us, we may not think about its impact on us until much, much later. But everything that we go through often determines how we behave around people. So just think about that. When you're going through a trauma, you may not think it's trauma, but your behaviors may change and other people may notice it well before you do. So definitely keep that in mind.
These are all really great, and it's making me so happy to see all of these comments in the chat. And one thing I'll also just say too, in addition, is we talk about preparing for disasters, but there's also recovering after, so that we prepare, we respond in the moment, and that's, we were talking about responding a lot of it too. You can respond well if you've prepared well, but then recovery is also something too. In terms of mental health, taking care of your mental health, but also your physical health. If you've been in a home fire, if your home is affected, to not move in until it's been inspected and know that it's safe. And that's true with any disaster. If there's been a hurricane, to not touch any downed wires, things like that. There's a whole lot of things that we can talk about in terms of recovery, but to also take into account recovery when you're preparing and knowing that you may not be able to get back into your home, even if the disaster is over, until it's safe. So another reason to have that go bag with you, to have things that you might need, because you may need to go to a Red Cross shelter or something like that, even though the disaster has passed, knowing that may be needed to take into account in terms of the time that you are away from your place of residence. But these are really great. It's making me really happy to read all of these.
I know this is really awesome, everybody. Does anybody have some questions that they want to go over? These are great takeaways.
If I can add one more thing, one of the things that Berkeley mentioned was the Red Cross app. And I have the Red Cross app, and you're going to think, well, in an emergency, what good is an app to me? One of the things that we often think in an emergency, we think everything is going to be sped up. When we talk about even hands-only CPR, if you find a loved one who needs that assistance, one of the first things you're going to do is go into panic mode, and your adrenaline is going, and you're going to start doing something. Even for professionals who do this often, there is a time when their heart is beating faster, or the pace of everything that's happening is happening really fast. Take the time. When you think you don't have time, you really do have time. For minor things like what Berkeley mentioned, hey, you can take a look at it. I have a burn. What is the best way to go about treating a burn? Okay, I open up the app. But for even more serious things, you can still take the moment to look at a Red Cross app just to get your bearings. And then you will realize that everything can slow down so that you can respond appropriately. So the Red Cross app is a tool that I use. I definitely recommend it for everybody. And it's chock full of everything you can possibly think of. Everything that we talked about today, you will actually find also in the Red Cross app. So definitely for people who use more technology, it's a good idea to try it. All right.
And I'll just add one last thing. All of this that you're typing in the chat, share it with one person today. Make sure that somebody around you knows it. Share it with as many people as you can. And the first time I heard this presentation, I was encouraged to just do one thing to get a go bag ready for yourself in the next week. In the next 7 days, do one thing, whether that's getting a bag of Cliff Bar or like a box of Cliff Bars that you're going to have as at home, or getting a backpack that you're going to eventually fill up, or digitizing one document. Just get the ball rolling in the next week and encourage somebody else that you know to do it too. And as many people as you can tell about all this, because like you said, a lot of you didn't know 2 minutes to get out, or a lot of these little things that can save your life. So that's what you can do in addition to, like Brad said in the last presentation, volunteering, getting involved, doing things like that. Share as much information. You are now more knowledgeable than a lot of people, so share that with as many people as you possibly can. Yeah, and that's all I got. This has been so great, and we've loved being here. If there's any last questions, please put them in the chat. But other than that, we've enjoyed being with you guys.
Thank you so much. This has been so interesting, and I learned a lot, and I'm excited to go through all the takeaways that everybody had as well. I'm going to pass it over to Andrea. And Andrea, you're on mute.
Thank you. I hope you guys can hear me. Okay,
can hear
you
you.
hear me now?
Yep. It looks like it might be breaking up a little bit. We heard you for that first part, Andrea.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm not coming on camera.
Andrea, it's breaking up
Okay.
just it's breaking up just a little bit. I think there's some lag. I know she's had some Wi-Fi troubles. It's always something with Teams, I'm amazed that we even got this far in the summit. But thank you so much, Alex and Berkeley. It was so great to learn from you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you sound crystal
Okay,
clear.
perfect. Sorry about that. I am not in the greatest cell area. I'm upstate, so I'm going to stay off camera, but I just to again say thank you so much to Alex and to Berkeley for this fantastic presentation. Make sure that you take a moment to think about this, and like Berkeley said, take one action today and share with one other person. It's the opportunity to really move forward and make sure that you can take it's in your hands, and you can take the opportunity to make sure your family is prepared. You don't have to wait for an adult to do it. It's in your hands now. Make sure your family's prepared.
Absolutely. I thought that was a great idea as well, Berkeley, sharing with somebody. And as Andrea said, you all are so critical in getting that information out there. So much of what I learned was from my younger sister or from schoolmates that I was studying with. And so really sharing with your community and the people you care about is so critical. And that's all up to youth. You guys are excellent. So thank you so much again, Berkeley and Alex. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to go and share my screen. Just give me one moment, please. And we'll take a break in just a minute. I know we've had so much good information. I want to make sure we can process, get some snacks, all that important stuff. So let me share my screen. Okay, it's loading right now. So one thing that I really appreciated was you all had these excellent takeaways. I was going to spend a minute just to reflect on what we've talked about today as a whole. So if you can put in the chat 3, not just one, we're upping the ante. If you can put 3 things that you have learned today, I would love to hear from you. You can also unmute yourself as well. So for me, I think the first one is that closed door rule to try and limit the spread of fire. From Brad's presentation, there was so much helpful information, but I think that second item for me would be just the six-fold increase that we have going on with our natural disasters that are over $1 billion in cost. That was new information for me. And then the third was probably something on that Kahoot, because that was hard and you guys did a great job. So I think just reminding myself what ozone was and how that all worked, that was a good refresher for me. So Heba said the Red Cross app, absolutely. And I'm going to share a link in our follow-up email with the link to download the app, because that's a great resource that I forget about sometimes. Chloe learned about climate change, things to put in your go bag, and the Red Cross app. Excellent. Those are wonderful takeaways. Axkey says the 2 minutes to exit. Yeah, I think that was a really big one. The Red Cross app and the cost to recover from disaster. Absolutely. Yeah, I thought the breakdown of price for these disasters was really astounding. That was a lot to process, you know, it's a lot to think about. Yep, Heba echoed that, you know, learning about the $50 billion to cover from disasters. I was not able to get anywhere near when Brad asked us, you know, how much is it going to cost how much will it cost to recover from Hurricane Ian? I was nowhere near what he ended up telling us. So that was a big surprise. Lola said how much the number of disasters are increasing. Absolutely. Wafa stressed the mental health and how that's really important for recovery. Absolutely, Wafa, and that's a growing area of work we do as well with our mental health team in disaster services. So that's something too, if you're a part of a club or you're just interested in learning more, please reach out to me, because we have a great disaster health services and mental health services program. So that could be something, you know, as a club, if you want to talk to folks who do that type of work, it's really important. Michelle says fire alarms, what to do in emergency fire situations, Red Cross app. I'm so happy to see that Red Cross app. Digitizing documents, absolutely. Ksenia, taking the steps to act appropriately in an emergency, critical. And then the amount of disasters. Yeah, that was so surprising. Vera, that we have 18 days between $1 billion disasters. I know. And that Brad said that in the future, it'll be 0 days, which is really alarming. You know, that's a lot to cope with and to process. The importance of AI, absolutely. That'll be really interesting to see where that goes. Karina says, again, about, you know, that window between disasters, weather versus climate from Ella. I'm glad that we reviewed that, because that is a hard distinction. Angelina, the cost and emotional damage of disasters, 100%. And I really appreciated Berkeley sharing, you know, that her family was impacted by the storm as well, but that they were safe. Amy brought about digitizing. Heba talks about overall preparedness. Jacqueline shared the movies. I thought Brad's metaphor with the movies was so good, 100%. Maggie about holding the door. So these are great. I really, I have so many good comments to read through after the summit. I'm so excited to go through these. Thank you all for these takeaways. So for our next process, yep, keep sending them in. This is great. For our next step, we have a excellent speaker. I dare I say, save the best for last. We have Mary Barnaby with us. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce you all to Mary Barnaby. I know my slides have decided that they're going to jump around, but hopefully they'll stick. So you all are probably familiar with Mary, but let me share a little bit of information with you. So Mary is our regional CEO for the American Red Cross Greater New York region. If you haven't met her yet, you are in for a treat today. She started her journey with the American Red Cross in September of 2020. Previously, Mary was the CEO for the Girl Scouts of Connecticut. She's been a lifelong volunteer, so this is not new to her. She's worked with multiple nonprofit agencies, including posts on the board of directors at the International Women's Forum, on the board of governors at the University of New Haven. And for her leadership and service, Mary has been recognized by many big groups. I'm one of them. I'm not the big one, but I'm one of them. She's been recognized by Fortune magazine, the New York Times, NYU, you name it. And with that, that's just a brief overview of all that she offers for the Red Cross. But I'm going to pass it over to Mary. And Mary, I have your slides queued up, so I will go through them.
Thanks, Hallie. Oh, that was a wonderful introduction. I really feel very, very humbled by it. Thank you so much. And it's really such a great pleasure to talk to all of you today because you're the future. And when we talk about having mentors in life, I like to say that I need young mentors because we all have to understand what the next generations in our world are concerned about and what their priorities are, because that's going to keep us really informed. So some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about, I'll go through quickly because I think some of you who have been in clubs for a while know a lot of this stuff, probably even better than I do. But I just want to kind of create a framework to sort of summarize the day and then give you some opportunity. If you have any questions for me, I'd be very happy to, or comments, I'd very, very happy to entertain them. So I'm just going to talk a little bit kind of about what we do at the Red Cross in Greater New York, but start with a real framework. We can go to the next slide, Hallie. I think you're all familiar with the mission statement, and any organization, knowing the mission statement is just really core because that's what drives this organization. And we're over 141 years old at this point. And we still have the same mission. And I'm just going to read it. I think some of you probably have seen this before. But what we do as an organization and have done for over 140 years is alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. And those emergencies we know can be many different things by mobilizing the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors. So for any of you who are math wizards, I like to reduce things to equations. And I would say that the equation for our mission statement is volunteers plus donors plus staff equals mission. And that's really how we get the job done. We have great volunteers. We have amazing staff like Hallie and others that you've met today. And then we have also our donors. We are not a government, we're going to talk about this, we're not a government funded agency. And so it's really important to get those, get the public and to get corporations and other institutional investors, donors, and I call them investors because they're investing in our work to support us. Let's go to the next slide. I think, again, this is something a lot of you are familiar with. And this is really, these are really the fundamental principles. And when we think about the Red Cross in the US, American Red Cross, these are the same principles that drive us here, but also all the Red Cross societies around the world and the International Federation as well. And I just want to focus on a couple of them. We're not going to spend a lot of time on them, but neutrality is an interesting one. And, if you think about what does it mean to be neutral? Well, when you think about our founder, Clara Barton, who started her Red Cross career, so to speak, on the battlefields of the Civil War, where she helped those fighting on both sides of the fence, so to speak, because they were suffering and they needed help. And I think it's really important for us as an organization when we look at like conflicts like the Ukraine crisis, that we do our work, we accomplish our mission, but we do it with impartiality. Humanity, of course, is the first one, neutrality, and we are not tied to any political or governmental mission in terms of the work that we do. We are doing the work of the Red Cross. Hallie, we can go to the next slide too and talk a little bit more about some background on the Red Cross. I talked about my hero, my shero, I should say, Clara Barton, because this is one woman, we're going to talk about Clara a little bit, who founded this organization, one person. So think about your own goals and mission and visions in life. Sometimes it's great to have a team around you and a crowd around you, but this is one woman who I think she was in her 50s when she had the vision to begin the Red Cross. And then she was able to go out and actually petition our Congress to create a charter that allowed us to operate as an organization in the United States, even though we're not funded by the government. And I think it's really important because when I even was interviewing for this job a few years ago, I was under the impression that the US government had some role. And yeah, there are times when, because of Homeland Security, they may ask us to come in and do a mission related work and provide us with some reimbursement, but it's not funding in the sense that you think about when you think about someone donating money or causing us to be operate our mission. Now, here's an interesting one. For our donors, 90 cents of every dollar that we spend is invested in our programs. that means 90 cents of every dollar that gets given to us goes to the bottom line, and 10 cents is used to cover our administrative costs and the other costs to operate. And 90 is an important number because another element that revolves around the number 90 is that 90% of the work that we do is through volunteers. Think about that for 1 second. 90%. So right now we have people on the ground, as you probably heard from Brad, who's kind of the Rambo of disasters. We have probably hundreds of Red Cross volunteers from all over the country on the ground right now in Florida working to support Hurricane Ian. We have people in Puerto Rico right now helping to support those affected by Hurricane Fiona. We've had people backpacking in Alaska to walk to the sites where people needed help because there were no roads. So this is what we do as Red Cross volunteers, and this is really important to know that the work that gets done, and that's why 90 cents gets to go to the mission, because we have so many great volunteers. And then we also, even though we are an American based Red Cross society, and there were hundreds of, I think the number might have been presented today. I think it's over 190 or something close to that of Red Cross societies around the world. So there's a Red Cross in just about any free world country you can think about. And they sometimes call themselves Red Crescent societies. And the reason for that is that, the cross that we use here in the United States, as well as in other Red Cross societies, in some countries where they may not recognize the cross as a symbol, and it may intone too much religious, they use a crescent, which is a half, quarter moon. But they're still part of our international organization. And we have offices around the world, largely sometimes on military bases where our soldiers are stationed right now. And so that's another area. And international is a really important part of what we do. Let's go to the next slide. This is my Clara slide. I told her she was my hero, Shiro. And I just wanted to say that this is a woman who, we all look up to role models in our world. She's one of my role models, just based on her courage and the work that she did to found the Red Cross and to grow it into what it is today, the Red Cross in the U.S. And I'm going to just read you 3 quotes from Clara that I think really identify and epitomize what the spirit of the Red Cross is. The first one says, and we talked about being one person and what you can accomplish. Though there is little that one woman can do, still I crave the privilege of doing it. So even if I know that I can't change the world, I still feel privileged that I can try. And I love that quote, because sometimes when we want to do something, it feels so overwhelming. But if we just think about how we can try, sometimes, we really can make it work. I love this next one. Offering a hand is not a handout. A lot of the populations we work with, both globally as well as here as in our own country, are very often vulnerable populations. The elderly, people maybe that are undocumented who are in our country trying to make their way, people that are living close to the poverty level or at the poverty level. And we don't go in there as volunteers and as staff thinking, oh, we're doing a favor to these people. They're human beings, and humanitarianism is really about looking at everyone as deserving of support and help. And now my favorite Clara quote is, you must never so much think as whether you like it or not, whether it is bearable or not. You must never think of anything but the need and how to meet it. And that's the driving spirit in the Red Cross. And we have, sometimes when we go to a deployment in a part of the country that has been, devastated by some disaster, we see people at the worst point in their lives. And it's that moment that we have to say to ourselves, the need is here, and this is where we want to be. So if it's a little too hot for us, or we don't have a comfortable bed to sleep in, we're there because the need is there, and we need to be there. So I hope that you think about Clara and her sacrifice, and think about that as really a big part of volunteering. And you don't always have to just go to a deployment to volunteer. There are so many things you can do in a humanitarian organization like the Red Cross to lend a hand. So let's go to the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about you may know this, I'll go quickly through it. These are really the, the lines, what we call the lines of service that the Red Cross is involved in. And our work is down the street, around the corner in your neighborhood. If you live in Queens or Brooklyn or Manhattan or Bronx or wherever, Staten Island, wherever you live in the city, we're there and we're ready to help across the country and even around the world. Our biggest humanitarian unit is Disaster Cycle Services, and that's where we provide the teams that support the day-to-day emergencies we have in our region, as well as deploying people to some of the national and international disasters. We have our Home Fire campaign, which is so important, and this is where we partner sometimes with the Fire Department of New York, or we just partner with community groups. And we go into people's homes, particularly in the most vulnerable communities, and we make sure they have a fire alarm. If they don't, we install one for free. And then we give them just the same kind of education you got today, just some tips on what to do and how to prepare if there is an emergency in their home. And this saves lives. We've documented, I think, over 20 lives that have been saved just in the New York area alone over the past 4 years. And there's been over, I think, 1,300 saved nationally through this program. So when Alex and Berkeley talked about preparation, this is a kind of a preparation. It's making sure people have smoke detectors that are working and making sure that they understand what they need to do. And that really saves lives. The Red Cross collects more than 40% of the blood in the United States that's used at hospitals and other medical facilities to support people who are in need of blood. And I believe every 2 seconds there's someone in this country who needs blood. So it's a pretty vital responsibility that we have as an organization, and we rely on the generosity of blood donors. And I know I want to mention too that we're really focusing right now on a campaign around getting more donors of color, because we are seeing that people with sickle cell disease, which is very prevalent more in the Black, African American, and Latino populations, they need a certain type of blood in order to get the right transfusion to alleviate the pain of sickle cell disease, and many of them are children, by the way. And so we're really on a campaign to try to find more donors of color, and that's the kind of thing that you guys could help us with, and say maybe in communities that you have connections with, to spread the word and to get people to understand how important it is that we have good matches in the blood that we collect and what we use it for. Services to the armed forces, a great example is if, let's say, somebody's overseas and they have a death in their family or birth. The Red Cross works very closely with the State Department, and we will help get a message and get that military person home to their family when they're needed, and as well as get other kinds of important information. International services, I think some of you have participated in international humanitarian law seminars. I think some of you have heard about the work that we have people actually on the ground now in Eastern Europe who are helping our troops who are over there supporting the efforts to help the Ukrainian refugees and those people fleeing the Ukraine and other countries as well. And then training services, so important. More people, particularly in the Hispanic community, die from drowning because they don't know how to swim. And really life-saving lifeguard training or swim training, CPR, and all these things once again save lives. So these are the lines of service that we support, and these are all places you can get involved as a volunteer. Let's go to the next slide, Hallie. This is called an infographic. I think you're familiar with this. Probably, you probably see these all over the place. And these are just so many important, like, national statistics that we live by in this organization every year. So you can just see, just take in some of those numbers. 17,000 people a day are trained. That's a day. 13,000 times a day. The Red Cross needs blood donations. I won't go into all of these, but I want to also focus, though, on 464,000 times a day a child receives a measles or rubella vaccination. That is a partnership we have globally with our Red Cross Society partners throughout the world, and making sure that children get vaccinated in countries, particularly where they have no access to health care. And this really, again, is an important role that we play in our international partnerships. We can go to the next slide. So quickly, a little bit about Greater New York. I like to say the volunteers and the staff in Greater New York and our donors put the great in Greater New York. We have an amazing group. I'm so proud to be part of this group. We cover the 5 boroughs of New York City, also Long Island, Greenwich, Connecticut, and then also counties of Westchester, New York, and Rockland County, New York. That's 13 million people, but we're living in a very small square footage of geography. So if you look at us versus the Red Cross, maybe in Wyoming, they have a lot fewer people, but a lot bigger, footprint than we do. So it's really important to look at what makes us, unique and special in the New York market. And, I just want to say to you, you've heard about some of the major disasters going on right now in the United States, but right here in Greater New York, in those particular communities I talked about above, we respond to anywhere from 5 to 20 disasters a day. So our volunteers are on shifts around the clock. They're ready to go to Queens. They're ready to go to the Bronx to help if there's a home fire or a flood or some other type of an emergency. So it's really not just what we do nationally or even sometimes internationally, but really what we do every day here in Greater New York, again, through the generosity of our volunteers. So what makes us special? We have a very large corporate presence of multinational companies. That's great, right? Because many of them are donors for us, and they provide us with funding that helps us to do our work. However, it also means some of them are much more globally focused, and so they want to donate to the Red Cross, but they want to donate not just in New York City, or in the Greater New York, but also all over the globe. So I'll give you an example. Pfizer, which, we all know Pfizer because we all got our COVID shots, maybe from Pfizer. They give a lot to the Red Cross, but they also give, globally, and then they do provide some funding for us in New York. So it's a little bit of a challenge for us sometimes to really work hard to get the funding that we need, because our corporate partners are amazing, but they also have more of a global perspective. So proud that we have one of the largest, probably diverse populations in the world, maybe, in a very dense geographic space. We talked about how our footprint geographically is small, but the number of people we serve is so great. And then also, proudly, we have multilingual and multicultural communities that we support throughout the city. And I believe our volunteers speak 60 languages. So when we go into a community that has a need to understand us, and I'll give you an example. During Superstorm Sandy, which happened about 10 years ago, a lot of people in Chinatown area of New York City were affected very much by the flooding and the disasters that came with that storm. And some of them English was not their first language. And we were very fortunate to have many volunteers who spoke the different Asian dialects that were needed to help communicate and make these people know that they could trust us and that we would keep them safe. Probably more local emergencies than many other regions in the country, because people live in multifamily dwellings very often. So when there's a fire in a big apartment building, chances are it's not going to affect just that apartment, but it's going to affect several other families and homes in that building, which is a little different than if we're in a more rural area where people live in single family dwellings. We're a commuter city. And we know that during COVID, with the subways and all of that stuff, a lot of our volunteers don't have cars. They may drive, but they don't have cars. And so they relied on public transportation to help and get to emergencies. So it makes us a little bit different. We do have a fleet of cars in our locations, in our New York City location, as well as Long Island and in Greenwich, Connecticut. But still, a lot of our volunteers and staff rely on public transportation. And also another gift we have is we're the largest media market in the world. So we have all these great TV stations and news stations, but we also have to share the spotlight with our national organization because we are such a large media market. So you may hear about a fire that's taking place in Brooklyn or something where we're responding, but when it comes to talk coverage on, for example, Hurricane Ian, it's more coming from our national organization than from us locally. Let's go to the next slide, Hallie. I want to talk about, though, some of the big disasters we've had in New York City. I'm going to spend a few minutes on that, not a long time, because I know we're scheduled to end here a little bit soon, and I want to make sure that you all have a nice break, because I know you're coming back tomorrow for more great stuff. So, these are some photographs from the World Trade Center. Many of you probably were not born when the World Trade Center was attacked in 2001, September 11th, 2001. I was underneath the building at the time on the subway when it was attacked. I was evacuated from the subway. I was there. I saw it all. And I will tell you, I will never forget it the rest of my life. And I felt, I will tell you another story because you're all students. I don't know if we have any students from Stuyvesant High School here. We might. Stuyvesant was the first day of school. It was September 11th. And a lot of you were there, some of you who, not you, but those of you who went to Stuyvesant at that time. I remember when I was evacuated from the subway, I ran into two young women who were freshmen. It was their first day of school, and they were evacuated from school because it was so close to Stuyvesant High, the attack. And they were just, what do I do? What do I do? And I remember walking them, because the subways were shut down at that point. I remember walking them over to the East River and saying, just keep walking north. And, no one's cell phones were working, so it was a little tough. I said, just keep walking north, and sooner or later you'll be able to call your parents. But I'll just never forget that day and how it was their first day of school, and how frightening it was for them to be in that situation. And then we have some footage from photos here from Hurricane Sandy, Superstorm Sandy, which really knocked the city on its butt. There's no other way to say it. It was just incredible. Let me just go back though. Let's go to the next slide, because I'm just going to highlight just a few of the major disasters that we've had in our city, our city alone. So we talked about September 11th. Over 3,000 lives were lost, and as New Yorkers, we were all in shock. Red Cross took a very critical role to help families who lost their loved ones, and to also help people to see if they could locate their loved ones, because again, I don't think many of you were born then, but if you were probably very little, but if you went into Grand Central Station, there were pictures and names and descriptions of people that were not located, and they were probably, in the rubble of the building, but families were desperate to find out where their loved ones were. And so we were helping there. And we also did a lot of work with the first responders who were there around the clock, working to try to identify and save people who might have been caught in some of the rubble from the attack. And I'll just mention a few names. We had Sal Montaro from Syosset, New York, who at the time became a new volunteer. He was working in a building materials company, and he was delivering some building materials to the site of the attack, and he got caught up with the Red Cross, and now he still is 21 years later. He's still a volunteer, and a very strong volunteer. We have Rich Sanford, who was a New York City teacher. Maybe some of you had him, from Brooklyn, who actually continues at 20 years later, plus years later, to be a volunteer. Carmela Grande, who worked to provide shelter and bedding and support to the first responders, and Georgine Gora and Dottie Breyer, who really that was like really the beginning in the greater New York area of us really starting to get into mental health and emotional support, because, you go through something like this, and I was freaked out. Can only imagine people that had loss as a result of it. So the next one was, again, maybe a little bit before your time. I'll never forget it. It was just about a year, almost a year after the September 11th attacks. So we all thought we were being attacked again, because the entire electric grid went down on the Northeast corridor. 50 million people in the Northeast were without power for 24 hours. Think about it, if you were on the subway and you were stopped and the doors couldn't open and you were between stations, and that was a factor. People were stranded on the subway. It was a very hot day. I remember I worked in Midtown Manhattan at the time, and I lived in Brooklyn. And I remember I had high heels on, because those days you wore high heels to work. And I had to walk home to Brooklyn in high heels, because I had no other shoes. I think I eventually took my shoes off when I got to the Brooklyn Bridge, because I couldn't bear it any longer. But that was, again, another terrible disaster for us. And the Red Cross was on the scene, providing people with help and support, particularly because they had no electricity in their homes. Very often they were stranded on the subways, and they didn't know what was happening. It was another thing where we just all thought it was another attack. It was not. It was actually more of a technical engineering problem, but thank goodness for that. One of my favorite Red Cross responses, which of course I wasn't with the organization then, but it was such a great story, and there's actually a movie about it, is called The Miracle on the Hudson. That was January 15th, 2009. And if you remember, Captain Sully Sullenberger took off from LaGuardia Airport, headed for Charlotte, North Carolina, and it was about 2:30, I think, in the afternoon, and a flock of birds flew into the plane and the engines failed. And he had to make a landing right on the Hudson River. And, you know, people on the plane lived, all of them, to tell the story of how frightened they were. But again, that's a place where the Red Cross became on the scene to really help people, not just to get back in their lives after that terrible shock, but also to provide them with emotional support and transportation and other ways that they could be helped. The next one was not too long after Superstorm Sandy, which is just about almost 10 years to the date. It was a category 3 or 4. Don't remember exactly which one, but it walloped New York City, and some of you may remember that. They even canceled Halloween, which was pretty aggressive given how much kids love Halloween. But the city was just in such a bad state. I remember I was working in a company that was located on Water Street, and Water Street became Water Street because the entire basement and first floor of that building was the surge from the river came into the building, and all the electrical equipment was on the ground floor and the basement of that building. And so we had to go to work in New Jersey for 6 months while they repaired the building. So it really was. And again, that went on for months and months and months. And the Red Cross was so integral in helping people who were in shelters, helping people who needed to find longer-term housing. There was $65 billion of damage, and 233 people lost their lives. So, you know, when we think about Ian and Fiona and some of the other hurricanes we're dealing with right now, it can happen to us right here, as Alex and Berkeley told you, and we really want to make sure that we're ready and that we have the right workforce, trained workforce, so that we can help and respond as we have in these big disasters. And COVID-19, I'm not going to talk about that. There's no end date on that. I put January 2020 to question mark because I think we're still dealing with it. But that again is a crisis that New York City is facing. And the Red Cross was there to help feed healthcare workers and do other support work, and never gave up doing our day-to-day response work, even though we had to put the safety of the people we serve in our own workforce right in front. And now you've talked about the climate crisis, and that is really affecting us, not just here in New York City, but throughout the world. So that gives you a kind of a summary of some of the great big disasters, and they can happen anytime. And the only thing you can know about disasters is very often you can't plan for them. So you just have to be ready. We'll go to the next slide. Hallie, thanks. So I know you all know this probably better than I do, and you heard some probably amazing statistics today, but I got these off the National NOAA website. These are more global than specific to the Red Cross, but climate-related disasters has tripled in the last 30 years, tripled. So we know that tripling anything with the level of devastation that we've seen is really going to require us at the Red Cross to have the right level of resources to not only respond, but also, I think, and you probably heard this a little bit from Brad, we want to be in front of these things. We really want to be in a place where we have the ability to help people be more ready and more resilient when they happen. So like if you take a look at some places in Louisiana where they get hit with these terrible hurricanes every year, sometimes 4 or 5 years in a row, the same person is coming back to the Red Cross shelter. So how do we have that person have maybe a more resilient home? Maybe there's things they can do to their home. I'll give you an example. In Puerto Rico, after Hurricane Maria, which was 5 years ago, the Red Cross was able to raise enough money that they could put solar panels on 150 schools. Now, when Hurricane Fiona happened, those schools were able to generate their own electricity and become a place where people could go for shelter. So you can do things, infrastructure things that really you can raise roads up. You can do different things in different communities to make that community more resilient when the next emergency comes. Between 2006 and 2016, 10 years, the rate of global sea level rise was 2.5 faster than for the entire 20th century. We know sea level is rising. We know that it's probably going to almost be, I heard, the last I had heard was, where I used to live in Connecticut by the Long Island Sound, the sea level was expected to rise 13 inches. So what happens when there's a storm and your sea level is rising, the surge of that storm becomes so much more intense, and it's the water that does the damage and the wind. And so it's really, really important. And we know as the sea warms up, these storms are going to be more intense. And so we have to be ready. We have to be ready. 20 million people, because of climate, are displaced, often lacking basic needs. So we can look at our own country, the people that come back to a shelter year after year in some parts that are hit. But think about people in Africa who can't grow crops because of drought. These are all things that affect the entire world. And when people are displaced from their homes because they can't eat or they can't continue to have shelter there, then we look at issues around, other issues that relate to migration and other things that really require a lot of help and support. The cost of developing nations is going to be $140 to $300 billion a year by 2030 because of climate-related disasters. That is a lot of money. And, even here in our own country, we know it's in the billions. So we really have a lot of work to do. And that's why I really feel so blessed to be able to talk to you today. We have a lot of responsibility in my generation. We let a lot of this happen. And I'm so proud of and admire and inspired by how our young people care about the planet, care about our future. You wouldn't be here today if you didn't. You wouldn't be volunteering for the Red Cross if you didn't. So I just want to say how much I value and appreciate that. And guys, the solution is going to lie with you. We really do need you to continue. Make sure you vote for people that support the right activities. Make sure you yourself speak out when you can, and whatever you can do. And we'll go to the next slide. How can you help as a youth volunteer? I think you know a lot of this already, but today this summit was all about becoming more educated and aware, so that you can go back and be an advocate with your friends, your family, and whoever will listen to you. I know at one point I had a job where I was trying to raise money for something, and every time I get on an airplane, I would tell my spiel to the person in the next seat. Every chance you get, you should share what you're passionate about. I can tell you, growing up, I grew up in a family where my parents were first generation from Italian immigrants. And I remember having a lot of arguments with my dad about differences I had about political issues. It turned out when my dad got older, he came to my way of thinking, which was really good. But I think it's very important for you to have a voice, and whatever you believe, to be able to have that voice. Recruit others and tell the Red Cross story. Be proud to be a Red Cross volunteer. Share ideas with your peers and your teachers and anybody that will listen on how youth can make a difference and how we can attract more young people to not only our mission, but any humanitarian efforts, because you really do have that in your DNA. I believe it. Help us raise funds. We are very proud that, I think it was last year or the year before, our youth clubs raised more money than any of the youth clubs in the entire country. And that's what I like to say, because we're New Yorkers and we are put the great in Greater New York. So thank you for all of that. Stay engaged as your journey continues. I know you're all in school right now, some of you, most of you, and you'll go on and maybe go to college or get a job, in as you begin your career. But don't forget that if you can make some time for the Red Cross, that you will, because we really need you. You're really important to our mission. So I think that might have been my last slide, Hallie. Oh, and do we have a video to show? All right, so I want to show you a video of someone who is an amazing young volunteer who started as a youth volunteer. And I think she's right now deployed. She couldn't be with us today. Is she in Florida or Puerto Rico? I'm not sure. I think she's in Florida.
I think so.
But anyway, yeah, but let's roll the tape. And this is a great story of an amazing young woman.
Great, and please let me know if you can't hear the audio.
Well, I don't think I could say anything any better than that. I hope you all were just as inspired by Magnolia as I am every day. And actually, she was down in Florida. Yes, I know now for sure because she was actually working on a team with Brad Kaiserman, who you met earlier, and he sent a note back to me and told me what an extraordinary volunteer she is. So we're very proud of her, like we're proud of all of you. So I don't know how to top that, but let's see if there's any questions or anyone wants to make a comment. And I just, again, want to say how much I value everything that you guys do. And I'm a little jealous of you because like you're young and you're also smart and full of passion. And I really hope you use that passion and that energy to do really good things in the world. So anyway, I don't know if anyone has anything to put in the chat or question or wants to make a comment. I'm happy to hear from anybody.
Thank you so much,
Otherwise,
Mary.
I'll turn it back to Hallie. Yeah.
That was so
Go ahead.
excellent. It's great hearing from you, and thank you for sharing with us. I know we have some youth executive board members in the call, so they've got some great questions. And then as we go along, yes, please, everybody, please unmute yourself, ask questions, type them in the chat. Want to hear from you. So if our youth executive boards, if you want to unmute and share your questions, they were great. Yep, Alex, go ahead.
Thank you so much for speaking for us. One of my questions was, how do you think your prior experience in the Girl Scouts either helped or hindered your work in the Red Cross?
Well, you know, it's a great question, Alex. I worked, I don't know, it says this in my bio, but I worked for a long time in the financial industry. So when I graduated from NYU, I had a degree in psychology and philosophy, and there weren't too many jobs for philosophers back in the day when I graduated. And so I actually took a job at Merrill Lynch, which you may have heard of, is a big financial firm. And it was just going to be for a year or two, and then I was going to go back to graduate school. And I never did. I wound up getting an MBA from Fordham University and working in that industry for more than 30 years. But I felt this yearning in my heart, you know, and I was active, as Hallie said, I was on a lot of volunteer boards and I was doing volunteer work. And I said to myself, you know, I've learned so much in this world. I really want to do something. And I've always been a real champion for helping girls to advance. I was a Girl Scout when I grew up in Brooklyn. And so I found it out through, you know, just through a accidental conversation I had with somebody, that the person who was the CEO for the Girl Scouts in Connecticut was retiring and they were looking for somebody. And I said, I don't know if they'd hire me. I mean, I've been, you know, in the financial industry, I've been on nonprofit boards, but they wanted someone to come in who had a passion for the mission, but also who could run a business, because I had done that in my career. So I was able to, you know, I had leadership experience. I knew financial stuff pretty well. And it was an organization at the time that needed some turning around in terms of, you know, its financial state. And so I spent about 8 years there. And I think it prepared me for the work at the Red Cross, because I would always hear that, you know, the Girl Scouts want to make the world a better place. And some of you maybe have been Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts, and you know how important it is to do good for the community. So when I got a call from a recruiting firm that said they were interested in talking to me about running the Red Cross in Greater New York, I was like, oh, I really love my job at the Girl Scouts, but someone is throwing a challenge at me, and it's not a better way, but it's a way to extend the good that I can do, you know, for the communities that I live in. So that, I think what I learned from the Girl Scouts is I learned how to work with our board of directors. I learned really how the nit grit of how a nonprofit works. And I learned that as a nonprofit leader, you have to, you know, sometimes make difficult decisions in an organization, but you also have to inspire people to do the work, because you can't do it all yourself. So I really think it was a great preparation for this. And like I always said, as a Girl Scout, still in my heart, I want to make the world a better place. And what better place to make the world a better place than the Red Cross? So so that's kind of a little bit how that experience helped prepare me for this, because working in the private sector and then working in a nonprofit, you need good leaders. You need people that really want to get results. You got to have metrics. You got to be able to measure what you do, right? But it's at the same time, it's important that you have this great, huge passion for the mission. And every day I wake up and I look at the work that our volunteers do and our staff does, and I just keep thinking to myself, wow, you know, there is goodness and kindness in the world, and I'm lucky to work in a place that makes that happen every day. So thanks for your question.
Thank you so much, Mary. And I think
anybody else?
I think you might be breaking up just a little bit, Mary. So maybe if we cut video, that might help.
I'll do that, sure.
Thank you.
See if that helps.
Thanks so much. Akski noted that she was so thankful for this presentation, and she wanted to thank you, Mary, for inspiring us, and absolutely echo that, Akski.
Well, it's mutual.
What other questions do we have? You can put them in the chat or unmute yourself. Awesome. Isabella, go ahead.
Yeah, what's like something that we as youth can do locally to make a change in our community?
Well, I think, Isabella, thanks for that question. I think, you know, you're already doing it. If you're on this, in this meeting today, it means that you've made a commitment to being an advocate and an activist. And I love the word activist. It's a good word. We all want to be activists for good, right? And so I think if you can find something that you really love and that means a lot to you, whether it's, helping people who are affected by disasters, people with food insecurity, people with who may need help in other ways. Finding an organization where you can actually do work in that area is really, I think, a great way to make a difference. I think also get to know who your elected officials are, because I know I've gotten to meet a lot of them in the greater New York area. They're amazing. They're probably a third of my age, and they're all young and they're all fiery and they're all passionate. And you might be able to do some work with a local elected official who really wants to make some priorities in the community for helping certain people that need it in that community. And, finding out and if you don't agree with what they're doing, have a voice, some of you can't vote yet, maybe if you're not 18, you can't vote yet, but when you can vote. It's so important. I just think it's so important for us all to make sure that we have a voice. And in your school, if you can motivate and activate other students to do good projects, even if it's going out one day to help in a particular community, whether it's a food bank or something like that, just follow your heart. That's what I say. Follow your heart, and you'll find ways that you can really make a difference. And boy, when we're volunteers, I got to say, we're giving so much, but we're getting back so much too. It's just amazing how great you feel when you volunteer. I know when I went and did some smoke detector installs in Queens about a year ago, just knocking on the doors of people and talking to them and saying, hey, if you like, I went into one house and the woman was a hoarder. You guys know what a hoarder is, right? And I said, your home is really dangerous. Because if you had a fire, there's no, you even have trouble leaving. And we talked for a long time, and she asked her daughter to come and help her to clean her house, and that's hard because if you're a hoarder, it's almost a emotional thing. But help just getting people to help themselves so that they can be safer is such a rewarding feeling.
Absolutely. And Alexa, to answer your question, Alexa was asking about in-person volunteering or internships. That is a great question. We currently have an internship program for college students. We are discussing the possibility of maybe doing this with high school, but we're not there yet. So something to keep in mind in the future. For in-person volunteering, I typically share those opportunities in our Get Involved newsletter. So if you have a Volunteer Connection account, you should get that monthly. And in there will be in-person opportunities. But if you have any questions, feel free to email me and we can talk more about those opportunities. That's a great question. Anyone else? We've got Mary on, so I definitely want to use this time if you have any questions. Yes, I want to echo what Andrea messaged. She said it's been an amazing day and thanking you all. And I feel just the same. It's been so great to hear from you and to learn from all of our great speakers. So thank you all for being here.
Yeah, I want to just thank you all for being here too. It's inspiring to me. I also want to give kudos to Hallie for putting a great program together, and she's a real star in our organization. And I think as you all continue to do your work with the clubs, you have a great leader there at the Red Cross who I think is going to create some really wonderful experiences for you. Thank you everybody. And I know there's some more tomorrow going on, so I hope you all go back and enjoy this beautiful day for the rest of the day, and then come on back. We need you.
Thank you so much, Mary. It was wonderful to hear from you. And with that, we will wrap up for the day. So I have one request before I see you tomorrow. If you will send me a photo of your favorite place on Earth and one sentence explaining why, I will share them tomorrow, and I will put your name in a raffle for a t-shirt. Of course, we've got to make sure we're sending these t-shirts. So send me an email to hallie.bradshaw@redcross.org. And just a photo, it can be a JPEG, a screenshot, whatever you want, and a quick sentence about why that is your favorite place on earth. That's all we've got for today. I'm so grateful that you all were able to join and for all of your awesome participation. Thank you so much again, and I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone. Great to see you.